Good morning, everyone. I can't believe how many people are in this room. It's so exciting. I'm Maura. You've received way too many emails from me. I am one of the many co-founders of the Syracuse-Onondaga Food Systems Alliance. Many of the others are also in this room, and I'm really excited to have you all in this one room. Finally, post-COVID, it's really incredible. So SOFSA is the Syracuse-Onondaga Food Systems Alliance. You'll hear from a number of folks from our organization throughout the day today, but I am thrilled to welcome you here to Syracuse and to Zoom for what we hope will be an engaging day of network building and learning together. We want to acknowledge that the lands we know as Syracuse and Onondaga County sit on traditional Haudenosaunee territory, and we want to honor our neighbors, the Onondaga Nation, who continue stewardship of this land throughout the generations. In our efforts toward reparative justice, we at SOFSA are working towards building relations with the Haudenosaunee and Indigenous people as a whole in support of their land reclamation and food sovereignty efforts through advocacy, policy, and raising awareness within the broader community. In the spirit of gratitude and reciprocity, we are so grateful to everyone for joining us today from all across what we now call New York State. To do a little bit of a roll call, I'm going to ask the people on Zoom to turn on their video if they're able. We have folks joining us from all over the state. So I'm going to ask in the room and on the Zoom, if you just do a wiggle, a dance, wave, whatever your body suits you for. So based on the folks who registered today, we have folks from the Hudson Valley here. All right, Hudson Valley. Finger Lakes. This is not energetic enough, folks. We're going to try that again. Hudson Valley, show up. Finger Lakes. All right, this is a competition, by the way. Capital Region. All right, that's better. North Country. Western New York. Yeah, that's Buffalo, folks. Let's see, Southern Tier. Hi, Teresa, yay. New York City. And of course, Central New York. Close Drive, folks, the Close Drive, folks. Did I miss anybody? Mohawk Valley. Anybody else? All right. Rochester, I think technically Finger Lakes, according to the map, but whatever, it's fine. It's all good. Thank you everyone for making the trek here today and for joining us on the live stream. We're so excited to find connections, synergy, and inspiration from one another throughout our day together so that we can return to our communities with a renewed dedication to the work of food systems transformation. With that, I want to thank Qiana Williams from the CNY Central New York Community Foundation for hosting us here today. It's what? All right. They're not supposed to be able to unmute themselves. Settings issues. It's okay. So Qiana has been an active member of SOFSA for the last year and has been an incredible champion for local food and food sovereignty work in our community. We're so grateful for her partnership and for welcoming us to this space today. And I'll invite Qiana to share her welcome with all of you as well.
Thank you, Maura. Good morning, everybody. I'm super excited. This room is jam-packed. So gosh, it brings me back to our participatory budgeting that we were doing. So excited to be a partner with SOFSA and Maura and her team. They've done amazing work here in the Central New York region and just reaching out. Their work is radiating. So I welcome you here to the Central New York Community Foundation. Just a couple, do you mind if I do the housekeeping? All right, so just a couple of housekeeping things. If you haven't found out already, the bathrooms are just around the corner on this floor. If you need to go and get extra hot water, you're welcome to go into the kitchen, use the kitchen sink, take care of your needs as you need to. On the third floor, there are also restrooms. So if you're doing a session up there, just down from the conference room, there's some restrooms, and there's also a quiet room should you need to take a conference call or whatever you need be. Other than that, if you need something in particular, just come find me, and I'm glad to welcome you here and to see all of you and learn from you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Qiana. And we'll do a couple more housekeeping things in just a moment, but we have to start with all the gratitude, right? So thank you again to Qiana. And there are a few other folks I want to make sure we recognize before we really kick things off. So the technical assistance team didn't get their own shout out as part of the New York roll call. So the technical assistance team from Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future and Farm to Table New Mexico, thank you for being here and for co-planning with us. The team from Cornell's Fig Lab, especially Baz Perry, for their co-planning support and these amazing posters. Definitely check out the student posters, and there's also student support today. Thank you to the students who'll be helping out. And then the SOFSA staff, way over there, all around, who helped put today's event together, who woke up early this morning to get everything situated, who were on the phone about local fruit all day yesterday. It was great. And especially Sarah Rosenthal, who I think is around the corner, but hopefully you've met, but Sarah was a driving force behind today as well. And then of course, the New York Health Foundation, whose support brought us all together today. So before I pass the mic to Baz to introduce our keynote speaker, just a couple of other housekeeping notes in addition to what Qiana said. Please continue to grab food, coffee, water throughout the day. There's also local fruit that will be available throughout the day from Red Jacket Farm, sourced through our partners at Plum and Mule Community Market. That should be available throughout the day. If we run out, I'm a bad Jewish mother. We won't run out. There's no restroom on the first floor. So Qiana noted there's a restroom on this floor and the floor above us, but there's not a restroom available to us on the first floor. There are several breaks for those on the live stream. There'll be several breaks. So just note in your agenda, if there's a break, that's what we're up to, is taking a break or eating or something like that doesn't translate well onto the live stream. We are video and audio recording sessions in the ballroom today, as well as live for streaming those sessions on Zoom. Additionally, we have an amazing artist, Carrie Drake. Hi, Carrie, who's going to be doing visual note taking. So we'll have sort of thematic visuals for the conversations that happen today. Obviously, Carrie will only be in one session per block throughout the day, but we'll have some visual capturing of our conversations. And then we also have our photographer and visual storyteller, Allison, from Relay Studios, taking photos throughout today's event. You're invited to ask her for specific photos if your delegation wants a photo or anything else. Photos are a great way to get the word out about our collective work. All of these resources will be made available to attendees after today, and you're welcome to share them with folks within your network who are unable to be with us in real time. On the first floor, in addition to the quiet room, which is reserved for breast pumping, and if you need to take a Zoom call, but please prioritize those who need breast pumping services up there. There's like a closed open sign, so just turn the sign if you need privacy. On the first floor, we have a dedicated sensory break and art making space. This was an accommodation request that came from several folks in the room, so we're really grateful for you all for lifting this up as a need. So this room has reduced sense, lighting, and noise, and is available for anyone who needs to take a break there throughout the day. Please do refrain from entering the space if your clothing might carry a strong scent, such as any kind of perfume or cigarette smoke. Also, it's nice out today, thankfully, so there's this additional spill out space if you want some fresh air up here. There's also sort of, as you entered, you probably saw there's a little courtyard area. You can also take some breathing break out there if you need. And if you have any questions or need assistance, those of us in black shirts have a sense of what's going on for the day, but really it's all of us making it. I said to Anne just a little while ago, okay, we got us to here. It's now all of our responsibility to make it through the day. But if you need help, those of us wearing these black SOFSA shirts are here to help you with anything else. But with that, I will pass it to Baz to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much, Maura. And thank you all so much. I am so excited to be here with all of you today. This is like my best day on earth, right? To spend a whole day with other people who are as geeked out about food system change as I am. I am just so full of gratitude that all of you are here and willing to spend this time together with us, and that you're spending so much time year round doing the work that you're doing. You know, I really do feel like there's a lot of momentum changing our food system for the better, strengthening all of our ties together is one of the ways that I hope we can make that momentum even faster and stronger. So today we are here to build connections, to generate new ideas, hopefully leave with some action items for what we can do with all of this excitement and all these new ideas in our work going forward. And so I'll just say that we are trying to collect a little information about the proposal and about the work that we're all doing. So if you wouldn't mind taking a moment throughout the day to complete the green survey that's included in your welcome packet, we'd really appreciate it. I've cajoled a couple researchers from Cornell to help track our coalition's progress, because I am confident that 20 years from now, we're going to be meeting in an even bigger ballroom, and we're going to be talking about the incredible impact that food policy councils have had in New York State, right? We are all just at the tip of the iceberg in what we're all capable of, both locally and then more broadly together at the state level. You know, we're all living in a country that has had a lot of food systems policies at the federal level through the USDA. A lot of us are very familiar with the impact that the Farm Bill has and other federal policies. New York State policies are also extremely exciting. There's a lot of potential for us to do things at a regional and state level. Please check out some of the posters so that if you're new to the policy realm in New York State, you can sort of see some of the laws on the books that may need additional tweaking as they develop, or some other initiatives and plans that are trying to drive food policy forward in New York State. And I guess I'll just say that that optimism and that hope is all driven by amazing people. There's so much talent here. There is so much innovation in New York, right? And which is very important in this day and age. We now know so much more about what the food system needs to provide for all of us. It's not just about calories getting to plates, right? And we've really moved past that. We're making incredible headways. And so with that, let's go into this day with the ability to hopefully contemplate, even as we pull in so much new information, the ability to build bridges and network with each other. We're going to start the programming for today with our keynote speaker, Kathleen Finlay, who is currently the executive director at the Glynwood Center for Regional Food and Farming. She has a storied background of all kinds of food systems and other social justice and other important work. Rather than rattling it all off, I will encourage you to check out her website and LinkedIn page to learn more about her. We're also very grateful that Kathleen is spending the whole day with us, so please go and introduce yourself to her, amazing woman. And so we're going to spend the next half hour or so with her guiding us through just setting the stage for today. And very, very thankful. So Kathleen, thank you so much. Why don't you come up and take the mic?
Can you all hear me all right? Does that sound good? I'm gonna go in front of here. Such a pleasure to be here, and a little feedback maybe. Is the other mic off? I think the mic is standing right under. Okay, how about over here? Is that better? A little bit? There's a little bit. Such an honor to be here. I know the work that many of you lead, and I know the impact you all have, and just feel really honored to be asked to kick us off today. What do we think? Should I change mics? Yeah. How's that? Better. Okay. Yeah, we want to protect the ears of everyone in here. Yeah, so just very honored to kick us off today. And when we were talking with the organizers about what I might talk about, I really wanted to talk about some of the lessons that I've learned in coalition building and networking and building partnerships, because that's what you all do. And that's what you're going to do today that I think is going to have the biggest impact when we leave this room. So not talking about food so much, but I'll talk a little bit about my work. So a few years ago, I was in a room kind of like this, although it was mostly with folks who identify as women. I'm often in those rooms because I founded an organization called Pleiades, and that's a national network of women and genderqueer folks who address social and environmental justice. And so about 25 or 30 of us were in this room, and someone who doesn't work in food and agriculture asked an expert in food and agriculture, can you define regenerative agriculture? And you might remember a few years ago, hardly anyone was using the term regenerative agriculture. It was just coming on the scene. And folks who weren't in our sector were curious and confused perhaps by it. And so the woman who was asked took a beat, and then she did something really interesting. Instead of giving a verbal explanation, she found a pen and started drawing silently on one of the big Post-it notes we had hanging around the room. And so it's really wonderful that Carrie's taking visual notes. I promise I thought to tell you the story before I knew Carrie was drawing it. Just an incredible coincidence. But then she took it a step further. So as she was drawing, she started moving her body, and she basically performed an interpretive dance of regenerative agriculture live for the people in the room. It was incredibly memorable, and it struck 3 people pretty deeply, actually, to see this concept sort of performed in that way, moved them. The 3 people were a filmmaker, a philanthropist, and someone in sort of the show business world. Fast forward to today, because of that experience, those 3 people have been working together for several years, and this year will launch a feature film about regenerative agriculture. So I share that story because it's a fun story, but because we don't yet know what's going to happen in this room. We don't know what ideas are going to be sparked or what synergies are going to find each other or collaborations. And my hope is that just from the conversations that we have here today, wonderful impact will happen that we can't yet even imagine. And so I'm going to share with you some of the principles that I've found catalyze those kind of connections to make the most impact possible. And I'm going to ask you to do a couple interactive things. So apologies to the introverts, but I'm going to give you a very clear task. So hopefully you'll forgive me. I'm going to start us off. Find someone near you that you don't yet know and introduce yourself and name one thing you're passionate about. So this isn't like a whole bio. Don't start with like when you were born. Just really quick, your name and what you're passionate about. Okay, try that. Okay, I'm going to bring us back. Come back to me. Never going to get them back. There's nobody passionate in this room, I can tell. Come on back. You're going to talk to them again. I promise. This is what happens when you ask a room full of networkers to network. It's impossible to get their attention back. Baz is like, no, I'm not sitting down. Okay, that went well. Great. Right. So I run something called the Glynwood Center for Regional Food and Farming. Our mission at Glynwood is to cultivate regional food systems so that farmers, our communities, and the land thrive. And we do that in really 4 principal ways. We practice regenerative farming. I'm going to want to interpretive dance every time I say that or hear that word, but I'm going to refrain. We demonstrate regenerative farming on the land that we steward, which is ancestral Lenape land near Cold Spring, New York in the Hudson Valley. We train new entry farmers. We do that by a residential apprenticeship program on our farm, but also a decentralized apprenticeship program throughout the region. And then we have a farm business incubator program that fosters farm businesses in their first few years of production. We also address food equity by getting regional food, having more accessibility for regionally grown food and produced food in a variety of ways. And we build coalitions of food and farming professionals in order to develop food sector markets for regional food. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the projects that we're undertaking. But like I said, I wanted to really talk about what I think are principles of networking that drive impact. So we have the good fortune of running a campus where we can bring people together for multi-day convenings. We do that all the time throughout all the work I just mentioned. Our sort of strategy or methodology in creating impact is convening people and facilitating people toward a common goal. So I know all of you do very similar work. And so I'm going to share with you these 3 principles that I've come up with to talk about today. A friend suggested that when I decided I wanted to talk about principles of very effective networking, that I come up with an acronym to describe 2 or 3 principles. And I did, and I'm really proud of it. It's DIG. So yay me. I'm really happy about it. So this is just for you. I made this up just for you. So I'm going to go through these 3 principles: diversity, ingenuity, and generosity. Diversity, ingenuity, and generosity. So let's talk about diversity first. And I'll share a story where I've found diversity to be critical. So at the beginning of the pandemic, that March of that first pandemic year, we were, of course, fielding calls from all the farmers in our network. They were scared. Their wholesale accounts were dropped. So their stores, the restaurants, as they closed, they had all this food. They didn't know if their farm stores were safe. They didn't know if CSA pickup was safe. Having all of those conversations, maybe some of you had them as well. At the same time, we were working with our hunger relief organization partners, and they were just completely inundated with lines out the door, couldn't get volunteers, had not enough food to move and to meet the growing need of their communities. And so some of my colleagues, notably some farmers at Rocksteady Farm that we work closely with, started convening conversations between the farmers and the hunger relief organization folks. And I know there's a lot of people who work on farming here, and there's a lot of people who work on hunger relief. And you might disagree with me, but those worlds can be disparate. They can be siloed. And this act of bringing those folks into conversation together led to something that we call the Food Sovereignty Fund. So that first year, we raised some philanthropic capital. We gave that capital to the farmers that we were talking with to produce food and to help them distribute it to the hunger relief organizations. So it did two things. It supported the farmers. In that program, we only support Black farmers, people of color, women farmers, or queer farmers, the folks that are often left off the table in state or federal resource allocations. And we supported their farms. They're also regenerative farmers. I'm going to say it again because I can dance. And we got fresh food into the fresh local food into the hunger relief organization system. Yay! That fund started that first year. It was a few farms, maybe 6 farms. We raised about $20,000 that first year. Subsequent years, we've raised $300,000 to go directly into the hands of those farmers every year, and are moving hundreds of meals out to the hunger relief system. We've built 3 cold storage hubs at some of our partner organizations, because as many of you know, one of the trickiest things about handling fresh food is cold storage. And so those are acting as little mini aggregators now to get even more food from more farms into the hands of community members that need it the most. I tell you that story because that conversation that happened between 2 folks with slightly different agendas, even though there's an obvious link about food and healthy food, that having people with different agendas around the same Zoom call, there were no tables in those days, was critical to manifesting something new and innovative. Diversity, really important. You all know that. Ingenuity is the next principle that I wanted to share with you. And the story I'm going to talk about is about hard cider. And David and I were just talking about hard cider because they're going to be launching a new cider based on apples that you work with, right, David? So great. Of the farm, David of the Farm Viability Institute, if you don't know who that is. Yeah, before I started at Glynwood, I've been there about 11 years. My colleagues had started talking to a handful of hard cider makers in the state of New York. And I mean a handful, like 4 at that time. And they started imagining what it would be like to create a hard cider industry in the state of New York, and slowly invited people to that conversation. They invited cider makers from other parts of the country, Vermont and Massachusetts, who were starting to make hard cider on a commercial level. And then they invited the apple growers of New York, who were losing some of their market share to other regions and were interested in adding another market to apple growing production. And then we even had exchanges with cider makers and apple producers from other parts of the world that have an uninterrupted history of cider production. And many of you may know this, but cider, once the beverage of choice for New York State, sort of basically stopped during Prohibition and never recovered on a commercial scale. So about 13 or 14 years ago, there was pretty minimal hard cider production on a commercial scale in the state of New York. Again, fast forward to now, David's going to a tasting launch on Saturday at a cidery at Angry Orchard. We have hundreds of cideries now producing cider in the state of New York. We launched a cider trade association alongside the wine and spirit associations. And actually Glynwood now is minimally involved because there's a self-standing trade association that's promoting cider and spurring tourism and cider trails all over the state of New York. And so that to me talks about the role that ingenuity can play. What is it that isn't here right now that could be? What's possible? And the boldness of those first few cider makers and then the apple growers to be able to imagine a future where cider is playing such an important role, not only in our economy, but in bringing back into production cider varieties that have been out of production since Prohibition, literally. So that's ingenuity. And the last one is generosity that I'm going to leave you with. This was my only letter that I knew I had to end with. I wanted to end with generosity, so I kept playing with acronyms that end with G. I won't tell you any of the other ones, but it's kind of fun. And what do I mean by generosity? I mean, actually, the cider story speaks to generosity. Well, I'm going to share another story in addition. But you know, when we started the Cider Association, there were skeptics. There were people who were like, I don't get it. They're competitors. They want to corner their market. They're not going to want to work with the other, you know, new entry cider makers. There's no way. And I have to tell you that exactly the opposite thing has happened. In the early days, then when we had about 30 or cider makers in our coalition, they started a text chain that is still my most active text chain to date. That's, I mean, like, while I talked, I'm sure there were texts going on about the event that's happening this weekend or someone's birthday or something. These folks formed a fellowship and a community where they got each other's backs. They're sharing resources, they share equipment, they go to each other's launch parties. They are for each other. So exactly the opposite happened of what some of our skeptical friends thought might happen. They're comrades, not competitors. So that feels to me like one of the most important things that we can practice in the work that we're doing, that we're all leading and all engaged on. So I'll give you another example in the network that I mentioned that I founded, Pleiades. We've developed a facilitation tool. It's called I Need, I Can. And I've used it now for that group and for many, many other groups. And it's simply a way of being explicit about that kind of generosity and about reciprocity. We're going to practice it a little bit today. And here's how it works, but you're welcome to take this anywhere. Essentially, you identify and say out loud or draw it or dance it, a need that you have. What is one need that you have that is standing in the way of the work that you're being called to do? One tangible need. You say it out loud, and through this facilitation, we basically ask the people in the room to resource that need. It's so simple. It's implicit in a lot of our work. In our networks, we're there to help each other, but we rarely take the time to say, actually, I need this one thing. And can you help me? And can a room full of people help you? It's pretty powerful work. I'm going to ask you to share a need with your partner, so be thinking of one tangible need. It's powerful in two important ways. One is that some folks have a hard time asking for help or stating a need. I fall in that category. I see myself as a helper. I help other people. For some people, again, including me, there's might be some shame around saying you have a need. I should be able to do everything, right? So like, oh, I can't do this. I don't know how to do this one thing, or I need help with this, has some baggage. So the act of actually getting over that and stating your one need is really powerful. The act of filling someone else's need, you all know this act, it feels really good. So the person getting their needs met by 20 people or 10 people, it's an amazing experience, and they get their needs met, by the way. But the other part of it is the beauty of giving someone something you have that's in you. Oh, I have a contact there. Oh, I know someone that might be right for that position. So that's also really powerful. And again, I'm sure you all practice this in all of your coalitions and networks, but what I'm suggesting is taking the time to make it explicit can be really powerful. So we're going to do that a little bit today. We're not going to do resourcing, but you're going to say to your partner one need that you have that you spoke to earlier. And what I hope is that what I know is, first of all, you're going to carry that need around all day and then next week. And if someone's resume comes across your desk that fills that need, you're going to contact that person. So it's going to start to create a tone of generosity even right here. And maybe even having said your need to another person later on today in one of the breakout sessions, you might feel okay saying, oh, actually, I could really use a grant writer. Anyone know a grant writer? Okay, so find your partner again. You're going to tell them one need. I need someone to help me write a business plan. Keep it professional. I've done this in person with personal needs. It's a different conference. Ping me if you want to come to that one, but keep it professional for today and as tangible as you can, because we just have a short amount of time. I need some funding for this project. I have an accountant opening at my organization. Think of one need. The other person's just going to hear the need, and then they're going to state the need. So we're not going to do any resourcing right now. Go ahead, give it a try. Okay, I'm going to invite us to wrap up your needs. Yeah, so hard with this group. I know. You okay? Okay, let's wrap it up. You can chat later. Come on back. Great. Awesome. I hope you all found that interesting and stimulating. Look, we live in unprecedented times. It's, warmest temperatures we've ever had on record, the extreme weather events that we faced this past summer, incredibly destructive, volatile, the air quality issues that we faced from the wildfires in Canada. I don't know how many of you work directly with farms. On our farm, we implemented a smoke health policy for the first time and ordered air quality equipment for our weather station on site. Really, we're in it. It's real. This is real. And the food system, you all know, has so much improvement that needs to happen in order to create a food system that is healthy for us and healthy for our planet, that is inclusive, that prioritizes food for all and not just food for some. We all know this. There is a tremendous amount of work to do. You all are the people that are going to do the work. And what I hope that I helped you think about today is how important that work is in community, in networking with the other change makers that are in this room. It's my belief that we can no longer work in silos, that we have to work collectively. And so understanding the tools and fundamental principles that lead to the most collective impact, I think, is really important. So I invite you all to dig deep today and get to know each other, get to know each other's passion, get to know each other's needs, resource those needs, practice diversity and ingenuity and generosity in the conversations that you invite and have today. And let's together create the future food system that we all want to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathleen. That was incredible. I was so moved by everything you said, but I also heard about Glynwood on my first day at my first job in food systems work at Cornell Cooperative Extension, Dutchess County, shout out, almost 20 years ago. So it feels like really poignant to have you be the keynote speaker today, and I really appreciated everything you said. Let's see. So just a couple of things about our agenda for today. Could we go back one slide? Yeah, thank you. So you have the paper agenda in each of your folders that goes through sort of which breakout sessions are at each time. We tried to give you lots of like wiggle room and movement room between each session so that you can have the time spaciously to schmooze with one another. And that the presenters can have time to get set up in between as well. So starting at 11:15, which is, you know, almost a full half hour from now, we'll have our first breakout session. Then we'll come back to this room for lunch. There will be table numbers on the different tables when you come back for lunch, and on your name badge, you'll see in the lower right corner, there's a number. And that will be the table that you're seated at. You're seated by the policy area that you indicated some interest in, and Pam is going to be doing some light facilitation around our lunchtime conversations, just in those topical areas. So we'll come back to this room for that, and then we'll have 2 more afternoon breakout sessions, and then we'll say goodbye from those sessions. So lunch will be our last time all together in this big room. It's a couple notes on the rooms themselves. So this is the biggest of the 3 rooms. The 2 other rooms are smaller, one about a quarter of the size and one much smaller than that. So we did our best to assign the rooms accordingly. But if you find yourself physically uncomfortable with how crowded a room is, you can always come back to this room. There's always space in this room for anybody who, you know, wants to actually sit in a chair, have some elbow room. Come back here. I promise all the sessions are great, and there's something to gain wherever you wind up. Yeah, you don't need to attend the session that you said you were going to attend. That was only to help us gauge where to place each different session. Let's see. Is there any questions on breakouts? Okay, I think the presenters should have all that they need. There's a tech person for each room. Some of the presenters didn't know that until today. Sorry about that. I was also moved, Kathleen, when you were talking, just to think about that art making and sensory space that we have downstairs. Like, there's a butcher paper out on the table. I'd love for folks to contribute throughout the day to that piece of art that we can make collectively. So If you find yourself wanting a break from conversation, that's a great time to just check in with yourself and go do a doodle about whatever it is that you're thinking about or dreaming about. And there's also room to doodle on the back of your exit survey as well. So, make some art yourself in addition to the art that our artists are capturing for us throughout the day. Let's see what else. I told you about the table numbers. I told you about food, but I'm going to mention it again. Keep eating the local fruit all day long if you'd like to. Coffee and water throughout the day. There's also water downstairs. And if there's a need, we can move a water station upstairs too. But feel free to fill your water down here and bring stuff with you. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything, Qiana, or anybody else? Yes, that is in my housekeeping notes for after lunch. Yeah, so we will be. Oh, there's free swag from Qiana in the hallway too. If you like to leave with goodies, please do that. And yeah, so we will reconvene in about 25 minutes. Am I doing the subtraction correctly? In each of the various breakout rooms for your first session. And thank you so much for being here. We'll see you all soon. Right, bye.
So a process authority service is, it's a team or an individual who has the academic and professional expertise to evaluate foods for safety and stability. So any packaged food product in New York State that's a shelf-stable product, meaning that it does not need refrigeration, will need to be reviewed. Anyone who is making something like jams, for example, salsas, anything that you would want to make that does not need refrigeration will need to have what's called a scheduled process. If you are a manufacturer or a person who's looking to get into manufacturing, say a farm product, in New York State, you need what's called a 20C license. It's a food processor's license, and you would get that from the New York State Department of Ag and Markets. It's not very expensive. If it's the first time that you're applying and you're using a shared commercial kitchen, it's actually free for the first 2 years. If you're a small food manufacturer, it's a reduced price. I believe it's like $195 or something like that for 2 years, something like that. And then it's scales up if you're a larger manufacturer. But once you apply for that 20C license, that alerts the state to the fact that you are a food processor and that someone is going to come out and to inspect the way that you make your product. They're going to inspect your space to make sure that you're using a commercial kitchen, and they're going to make sure that the way that you're making your product is safe. And as I mentioned before, if you're making a shelf-stable product, your inspector is going to want to see what's called a scheduled process. And that is something that the Food Venture Center is one of our primary services. So you would send your product to us along with a submission form that kind of it's very basic. We have a great website where all of our farms are located, but you would put your product formulation in there, everything by weight and exactly how you make your product. We test the product, we review it, and we have a very clear communication, mostly through email. Unless you have no access to the internet, then we would use mail or phone to speak with you, and then we would let you know if we can approve your product, what are the critical factors for safety for that product, and how you can get that product on the shelf. Once you have your scheduled process, that's something that you would present to your inspector. And oftentimes that will need to be submitted to the FDA as well. If it's a shelf-stable product and it's a more high-risk product like what's called an acidified food. So a product like pickles, for example, people think, oh yeah, well, I'm just making these pickles. It's a classic way to make this product, but actually they can be a very high risk product because they are not, they have a higher pH unless you add the vinegar to it, which reduces the pH and makes it safe with the heat treatment. Anyway, that product would need to actually be filed with the FDA as well. So these are the kind of things that we help small manufacturers navigate, like how, because that's the one thing is that people grow the products, people make the products, and then trying to get it to market, it can be very overwhelming. So that's the part that we really try to help people navigate through the state and federal regulatory requirements. We also, oftentimes we have resources. at Agritech that can help people do shelf life studies with their through our microbiology lab. And then the other piece that we have is a pilot plant and a food innovation lab at Cornell Agritech. So the food innovation lab is brand new. It's like a more like a small kitchen. So it's sort of a small scale. If you have a product and you're still trying to work out the details of us, we are in the building and it's easy to ask us for some recommendations and requests. It's, you know, a reduced price. I believe I want to say it's like $300 for the day to rent that kitchen. So it's, you know, it can be affordable, an affordable resource for folks. If folks are on the next step of have their product and looking to scale up to get their product out into the market at a larger retail or wholesale market, that also can be very confusing for folks, right? You're used to making your product in your own small commercial kitchen, but at a larger scale, you might need to use a different type of equipment and you don't have access to that. So we have a pilot plant in Geneva with technical assistance that also can be rented out by the day to try to figure some of that stuff out. And as you scale up your product, you might notice that, you know, your formulation might need to change, the quality might change, the texture of your product might change. So what do you need to do as you scale up your product? So all of these things are to kind of help small food manufacturers get their products out to the market safely and maintain the quality. So we do a lot of that. The other thing that we do through the Food Venture Center is training programs. So again, some trainings are required by the FDA if folks are getting out an acidified food, as I mentioned, like the pickles I mentioned before. The FDA actually requires what's called Better Process Control School to be taken by the manufacturer. Only once. You don't have to retake it over and over again, but we do offer that training. Now we're doing it online, and we have one in-person training per year as well. And as well as we are now developing a bunch of online courses. One thing that I've been really involved with over the last, we released it about a year ago, but it's an online food product development certificate program. It's through eCornell, and it's a 5-lesson module course that takes the producer from product ideation. So you have an idea, and the first module is really all about like sussing out that idea. What kind of market, you know, research do you have to do? How do you do that? And it goes all the way through like food safety, packaging and processing, regulations, all the way up to scaling up and commercialization. The cool thing about this course is that each course it's moderated by a in-person facilitator, and the student can use their own idea for the project in each one. So they get actual great feedback on their own product. The course is kind of expensive when it comes down to eCornell. It's a couple $1,000s, but our Center for Excellence that's based at Cornell is now doing what's called a Food Spark Scholarship. They're in their 3rd iteration. I think right now they're still accepting applications, and you could take this course for $200. So it's extremely beneficial, and it's a great opportunity for sure. So coming back to the Center of Excellence, that's another resource that we have at Cornell. It's the Center of Excellence for Food and Agriculture, and it's a state-funded program, but they're especially helpful with the business side of food and agriculture. So if you're looking for business resources, someone to help you write a business plan, those kinds of things, they can really help connect you with those resources there, and it's totally free. It's a free service. So those are some of the resources that we have at Cornell Agritech to help small food manufacturers or people who are just trying to break into the business. So there's a lot to navigate. So I'm going to pass it to Precious.
Yes, so I mentioned earlier that I'm with Cornell Cooperative Extension. So I'm part of a regional team called Harvest New York. So what we do is local food promotion. And one of the programs that I am focused on, I'm fairly new in this position. Well, I'm not fairly new, but I'm just a year into the position. So one of the programs that I'm developing is supplier diversity. And supplier diversity is, it's very important because we know that most of the efforts that have been made in the past were to ensure that businesses or organizations rather include small businesses that are historically disadvantaged in their purchasing decisions. So these businesses include mostly the disabled, women and minorities. And for the sake of this discussion, I'm going to focus on minority and women-owned business enterprises in the food sector, which are also known as MWBE. So we know that, I think if there's anything that we learned from COVID is how important everyone in the food system is. We had on the other end, farmers who were dumping food, and on the extreme end, we had people who were hungry. So we need to have a more efficient food system. And one of the ways is to support our small businesses, our minority and women businesses, because they are not only important for economic growth, but they're important for like providing employment for people who are not skilled, giving them experience in the food industry. And also it has a snowballing effect. If they grow, the economy grows. And so the state has several initiatives that exist to promote minority and women-owned businesses. The first one is the MWBE certification, which is at the state level and at the city level. So any business that is owned by women or minorities, 51%, and all there's a couple other requirements that they have to have. But if it's owned at least by 51%, either women or minority, they can apply for certification and they can be part of institutional procurement. So this certification exists at the state level and city level, other cities like Syracuse, Buffalo, and New York City. And then we also have the 30% initiative. So for all New York State agencies that are in procurement, they are mandated to spend at least 30% of their budget on MWBEs. And the other program that exists is the State Finance Law Section 1654, which it gives state agencies the right to require at least some or all of the food products that they're purchasing to be from either produced in New York State, processed in New York State, or or manufactured in New York State. And the other one, I'd say we also have the Farm to School program, which supports that. So now explaining the MWBE certification program, we have, so in institutional procurement, we have several processes to it. Firstly, we have centralized contracts where everyone buys from OGS. And then we also have what is this called? I'm sorry. It's called okay. I don't know, I have the word in my head, but I can't say it. So they have discretionary, yes, it's discretionary funding. So each agency has their own money which they put aside, which in this instance, it's usually 30%. So for New York City, for example, they are the largest purchaser. Department of Education is the largest purchaser of food. So they spend at least 200 million on food. So which means that at least 200 million, 30% of 200 million is what, 60 million. So which means 60 million should go to MWBE certified businesses. But then in New York City, out of the over 10,000 businesses that are certified as minority and women owned, we only have 156 businesses that are certified as MWBEs in in the food industry. So which means that it's almost close to impossible for that 30% mandate to be met. So we find that a lot of agencies have these discretionary fundings, but every year they are not used because there is not enough certified businesses to be part of the institutional procurement. So so one of the ways that we, like as Harvest New York, we're doing is to provide technical assistance to minority and women-owned businesses who want to be certified, because in as much as this program exists, it's still complex or onerous, such that it ends up hurting the businesses that it's supposed to support. So the other challenges that exist is that even with the certification, some businesses still face like they don't have enough resources for them to be part of institutional procurement. But some of the resources that exist, we have the Small Business Administration, which helps with developing a concrete business plan for them to be able to participate in this institutional procurement. And we also have the Minority Business Development Institution, which has a 7-month loan program, which prepares businesses that want to apply for loans so that they are better qualified to get those loans. And then we also have Capital Access, which is administered by Empire State Development. And we also have Linked Deposit, which is reduced rate financing. And all these resources are not in one place. So you find that a lot of MWBs may or may not know about them, or they may know them, but it may be a bit cumbersome for them to access them. So one of the things that we're doing at Harvest New York is to help with the whole process and providing resources. So I think one of the things that food policy councils can do in support of MWB is to like do a lot of advocacy, like speak about it, speak about the importance of including MWBs in institutional procurement. And I think in as much as there's a lot of work that has to be, a lot of institutional infrastructure that has to be in place for them to ultimately, for state agencies to ultimately reach their 30% goal. I feel as if, like with the right support, we can get there. Yeah. So.
Thank you. And I will say, as a small business owner, my minority and women-owned business in particular, I have been able to leverage a lot of the services that both Precious and Cynthia have spoken about, and they are very, very helpful. So even, directing other business owners who you are, connected to these resources, very helpful, because it is very, the amount of information and resources available can be, overwhelming and very difficult to navigate for someone who doesn't know where to go. So I think, as much as you can direct folks to their way, the better, to get them started. So what I want to talk about a little bit is just background on our company, Feast Kitchen. And then I will transition into a discussion about some of the needs that we have seen based on our specific experience. So just highlighting that this is all related to our direct experience, while some of that has been shared experience with other business owners we've interacted with. There will be very specific to Feast Kitchen. So for background, like I mentioned, we are a food manufacturing startup. We are pre-production, so we are not in operation currently, which I will get to when I talk about the needs element. But we are focusing on minimally processed produce. We initially set out to focus on producing single ingredient purees, fruit and vegetable based purees that we wanted to source locally from farmers around us. Because number one, we knew these farmers, we trusted them, And so we knew exactly the quality of product we were getting, and we felt comfortable operating within those parameters. But the more we get engaged with the food community at large in Central New York, but then also just the state, we came to learn about needs for minimally processed produce in institutions, particularly with the farm to school program that I think was mentioned before. And so we really thought about how can we fit into the food economy, the circular economy, the best way possible. I think at the very beginning of our business plan ideation, we were like, we'll buy a farm. We're going to be end to end. We're going to grow and process. And then we're like, what are we doing? We don't know anything about farming. That is not the way to start. With some very helpful guidance from some of our partners at Cornell, they were like, maybe don't do that. So maybe focus on this. This is where your strong suit is. So maybe that can be your wheelhouse, but connect to these other partners, which certainly made sense. But we really saw that there was this gap in the food system for processing. There are processors around us already kind of working on these things, but they're focused on very specific things that don't necessarily service the community in the way that we were looking to service the community. So there are a lot of soybean farmers where we live, and a lot of soy processing. A lot of that gets processed into feed for livestock, which is, I think, a separate discussion, but helpful certainly for that demographic or that market. But we wanted to provide food for our community. And so we were thinking about, well, where is that food coming from right now? A lot of it's coming from huge distributors like Cisco or US Foods, et cetera. And they are part of that sourcing they're sourcing it from everywhere. And there's a lot that is left to be desired when you are sourcing nationally and internationally for food product. Quality in particular, if a lot of the food business owners, even on the commercial side that we spoke to, breweries, for example, who we were, engaged with to discuss potentially buying our purees, were saying that a lot of them were sourcing from Florida or from Washington State, literally on the opposite side of the country, because that is where they could find somebody who could provide thousands of pounds of berries, of apricots or peaches or whatever for their, beer input that they were looking for. But that process leaves an enormous carbon footprint. And then you're also sacrificing on the quality of the product that you're getting, because you have to build in transportation time for the product. So that includes sometimes and oftentimes harvesting before something is very ripe and, at its peak, its peak nutritional value. And so we thought, well, we know peach farmers here who are sending their product to out west, even to Chicago, Midwest, to have it processed, packaged, and then communities here are buying it from Cisco. That makes no sense. At least to us, it didn't make much sense. So that's where we saw our opportunity to get into the market by connecting with the local farmers that we started to build relationships with to then process the product. The other element involved with our product lines is that we want to make it as easy as possible on the end user to use this as an input ingredient into whatever their end entrees or dishes or, food product is. So by what we are doing, or what we've tested and what we will hopefully be doing when we get into operation is adding a cooking element to the, whatever produce we're working with at the time, so that it becomes more of an elevated input ingredient. So one of our anchor products will be a caramelized onion puree, for example. And that came about through our connection with Cornell again, because they had a business partner who was looking for tomato sauce alternatives for some of the sauces that they were creating. So they didn't want to use tomato as the base. They wanted to use other things, and were particularly interested in caramelized onions. And those are the partners who are sourcing from Seattle, Washington for their product. So it was killing them in shipping costs, and they weren't very satisfied with the product that they were currently getting. And essentially came to us and were like, can you do this? And we're like, I don't know, we'll see, let's try, let's experiment. And we were able to come up with something that worked for them, that they really liked. But the issues that what we have run into are infrastructure related. So, I mean, I think that there are a myriad of other issues that small businesses encounter, like what Precious was mentioning with becoming certified, which I think those hurdles have been reduced to a large degree over time. But there's also an infrastructure need that I think is holding a lot of businesses back currently. And that is what we have particularly encountered, was in finding a longer term kitchen space out of which to operate. There are a lot of wonderful commercial kitchen spaces available, regionally in surrounding counties. I don't know if I can actually say in Cayuga County, which is the neighboring county that we are based out of. I know that there are several kitchens in Onondaga County, for example, and many, like some in Rochester that we've explored, and some even as far west as Buffalo. However, a lot of these kitchen spaces, number one, are very hard for us to get to. So we are not I think a lot of those kitchen spaces cater to specific types of food businesses, which is great. And there's definitely a need for that. So I'm thinking more of like, food trucks, or, small processors who have graduated past, cottage law production out of their homes, but need a space that they can use that has basic commercial equipment available. What we are looking to do, because we are trying to do food manufacturing, we need industrial scale equipment, a lot of which we've acquired already and is sitting in a storage locker, not being used at the moment. But we haven't found any kitchen spaces that support that level of activity. Nor have we come across any kitchen spaces that have the cold storage that is required to support larger scale wholesale food production. And I think that was mentioned earlier as part of the efforts that Glynwood has worked on, is building out these cold storage hubs, because that is a challenge that farm partners certainly face, but also food businesses who want to do more wholesale based activity. You need storage space, and you need storage space that's beyond just the simple reach in refrigerator, or you're allotted X amount of space on a shelf in a refrigerator or a freezer. We will be selling our purees, for example, in 3-gallon fiber drums. So one of those fiber drums, or 2 of them, would take up the storage space that we've been offered at other commercial kitchens that already exist, which is obviously not going to be sufficient if we want more than half of a customer. So what we have been looking to do as part of supporting our original business idea is building out a commercial kitchen space that is less singularly focused as some of the ones that we've come across, meaning that if you want to someone wants to come in and bake, a X amount of cookies because they don't want to do it in their home, and they'll be able to bring their product in, do their production work and then take their product with them, they can certainly do that. However, we also want to cater to other businesses that are looking for longer term usage and longer term cold storage. So for example, in addition to us, we've come across another business based in Auburn who produces macaroons, who she's been very, very successful with her retail business, but she has seen the value and the upside potential in wholesale, in her producing macaroons that are sold in other people's stores, in other people's cafes or other people's bakeries. And that is a huge money-making opportunity for her, but she has the space she's currently in. She doesn't have the cold storage capacity to support that, nor does she have the space to allow herself to bring in a 40 or 60 quart mixer, stand mixer. Like right now, I think she's using 3 or 4 different KitchenAid tabletops because that's all she's got space for and all she has the power, electrical power to support. So we are hoping that we will be able to provide a space that is more conducive to a variety of different types of food businesses out of which that they can operate, ourselves included. So I think that's probably infrastructure, I think, is often overlooked, but is essential to supporting food businesses of all levels being successful. I think, there's a lot of, we're not, I think also times people don't fully understand what we are trying to accomplish when we talk about working with wholesale distribution versus retail. So I know Cynthia was talking about like CPG, consumer packaged goods. There's a lot of support and resources available for folks who want to do that sort of work where they're developing their line of sauces or their line of spices or, something that is packaged where they can maybe even come up with a formula at the pilot plant and then essentially contract that out to a co-packer. We are looking to be an input to co-packers. We are looking to be an input to meals that are created in schools, culturally relevant meals that are created in schools on top of it. So I think we are somewhat unique in the offering that we are trying to provide, but in trying to get started have identified a more infrastructure-based need that impacts a lot of different food businesses. So I would encourage folks who are working in, policy groups or councils to really think about where they can add value or support to those infrastructure needs, because that's oftentimes the missing link for businesses getting started who need a space that is beyond something that they can pilot or test a product out of, but maybe also that they can use for a longer, it's not just a short term, like you can use this kitchen if you have a food truck kind of if and when you need it, until you build your own brick and mortar restaurant. There are a lot of businesses that don't really fit into that category who might need a space to operate out of, but don't want to own a brick and mortar, but need some place long-term that they can leverage to produce whatever their food product is. So I maybe will leave it there and yes.
Wow, thank you all so much. I've learned so much in the last half hour. So appreciative of everything that you've shared so far. I'll just reflect that in the work we've been doing in Tompkins County, having a shared kitchen space, both for retail processing, for food trucks and catering companies, but then also this question of being able to get the 20C commercial license for packaged goods and stuff has come up for years. And even though there's been a space identified, it's taking years to put together the economic development dollars and foundation dollars and to put together that suite of initial users, right? So that they can have input into what their needs are. And the Food Policy Council is at the table in a very supportive way. But I'm sure everywhere around New York, right, these conversations are happening again and again and again. And so it's really wonderful to know that there are more resources, but clearly there's more work to be done, right? There's something that's not working yet. There's something lost in the translation. We have some policies in place at the state level. We have some technical assistance that's funded and available. We have people who want to do this work. We have a lot of us all wanting to support their work and buy local and help with institutional procurement. And yet there's still some things that aren't clicking on a broad scale. So if anyone in this room has any questions or wants to sort of help us brainstorm a little, please go ahead.
Well, a huge opportunity that is on the horizon is the Good Food Purchasing Program. And listed in the pieces of legislation that are proposed to the state, there is a Good Food Purchasing Bill. But the Good Food Purchasing Program is based on 5 values. And that bill only requires that suppliers meet one of the 5 values instead of all of them. And that makes a huge difference. And the question that I have for you, Fran, is what's missing? One of the things that's missing is funding for building out all this infrastructure. Have you been able to get the funding that you need? Have you encountered discrimination in trying to get that funding?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. And it's funny, as you were saying it, I was like, I meant to bring up good food purchasing because values-based procurement is another area that requires a lot of, I think, community support around. While that's in motion, the more people we can get on board, the better. But yes, in terms of one of the more basic, straight to it, less, or maybe sometimes it feels taboo to discuss needs that we run into is funding. We need money. And another reason that we are very interested in building out this kitchen is precisely because of the funding that does become available to small businesses, particularly minority and women-owned businesses, never is sufficient. I think one of the first funding opportunities that was brought to us was a $5,000 microloan grant from the city of Auburn, which I think it's great that that exists, but $5,000 will cover licensing, getting a website, email, like it will cover soft costs. We'll eat that up in a second. There's no way that we would have been able to do anything with $5,000. And that was, people were offering that to us in a way that was like, you should be excited about this. You should be grateful and really like, you should be over the moon that we are offering this funding to you. And it was very challenging to explain to them without seeming ungrateful that this will not do anything. This could help me connect with other resources to develop my business plan, but I've already done that. So like, what is this? This might help me a little bit with advertising, but what am I advertising if I don't have a product to sell? So like, what is the point, or what is the end goal of this level of this amount of funding to a business that's trying to start up? And again, it felt like this is the sort of funding that's aimed at somebody who is making cookies out of their house and wants to rent kitchen time from a local food business during their off hours to bake out of their kitchen versus their home. And that's probably about as far as, and that could probably only sustain them for a short period of time. So to your question, no, we do not have enough funding for our project. We've gotten piecemeal funding over the last 3 years, but it has never been enough to actually get us into a location. It has never been enough to cover rent and the build out that's associated with what we're trying to do, which I don't know how much interaction you have with other like commercial landlords, but no one is really offering to cover build out costs for a business. There's also a lot of hesitation with taking a space that is not already outfitted for food production activities and then converting it to that, because a lot of landlords feel like they're going to get pigeonholed into that space being used for that use going forward. So anytime we have also approached a landlord about doing that, all of a sudden the rent goes up, in addition to us having to cover the build out costs because they're so concerned about, future potential use, if and when we leave the space. Another large cost with what we're trying to do, which we have struggled to get funding for, is storage. Again, cold storage. So it is very, very expensive to build walk-in refrigerators and walk-in freezers. It's very expensive to run walk-in refrigerators and walk-in freezers, especially in terms of the size that we're even looking to start out with. I think we had very grand ideas about, oh, well, we'll build a you know, like a 2,000 square foot walk-in freezer and a 2,000 square foot walk-in cooler. And we're like, oh, well, that's very expensive. So even having scaled down what we can start out with and still at least be a break-even business in the first like couple of years of operation would still, I think the last cost we priced was going to be $35,000. And that was looking at a refrigeration or a walk-in unit from Alibaba being shipped overseas, which has other costs built into it. It's not sustainable. And are we going to get it? When we're going to get it? Like you never know, like you're gambling, certainly when you buy from vendors like that. So one thing that we have looked to do is figure out like, okay, well, if we can't build our own facility for Feast Kitchen, is there an avenue in the nonprofit world where we could build a shared kitchen that you can garner more support around from the community to fund? And then we can become an anchor tenant that's guaranteeing some sort of income to that kitchen. And that seems to be a more viable route financially for us to take. We've gotten some interest from a couple of, philanthropists that we've encountered who say like, yeah, I'll throw some money behind that. But we certainly need more support. So in addition to needing funding for, just Feast Kitchen ourselves, like there's just funding for like equipment and building out those other key but very expensive resources like walk-in coolers and freezers.
And to add to what Fran has said on the point of good food purchasing program, is that the New York State agencies for institutional procurement, at least, they don't have a universal definition for New York State food. So for example, with State Finance Law, Article 165 that I mentioned, that what is considered as a New York State food is anything that is produced here or processed here. So someone can produce, for example, New York State has, like the closest duck processing is in New York, within the Northeast region. So someone can bring ducks from Vermont, for example, here and have them processed here. Those are considered a New York State product. Well, that's the egg and markets definition. But for other agencies, they have a whole different definition. So you find that maybe, let's say Fran, like Feast Kitchen, let's say they find funding. Now they're competing with a processor from, well, not a processor, with someone with food produced from Pennsylvania, for example. So there is still a lot that has to be done within that good food purchasing program.
I don't have too much more to add to this, except I had one thought, like, and it's not a, it's an opportunity, and maybe some of you have heard about this, is Grow New York. And it's a pitch opportunity that's hosted by the Center of Excellence in, and offers support for, new businesses and potential funding. It's, again, there's a lot of people who apply, and it's interesting that Precious mentioned it does have to be like within a certain region of New York, but a lot of businesses come from outside the region and, basically promise to set up a business in New York, so they'll qualify for the funding. Oh yeah, it's true. That's true. That is true. But it is an opportunity, and actually it's coming up in the fall. So it's an interesting opportunity for sure.
It's interesting to think about how sometimes these things don't succeed, and there's a chilling effect on lending and providing funds, knowing that many startups don't succeed. And so the shared commercial kitchen, what I thought about is, oh, you've diversified the risk for the community, right? Because they're creating an infrastructure that could support many different small businesses that can come and go over the many years. And so just thinking about how they're supporting one individual, maybe by supporting that collective sort of infrastructure and funding, et cetera. Do you want to chime in?
Better? Okay. 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 So the question was it was like a two-part question. How many farmers come to us that go through the whole process, but then don't actually follow through with the venture as moving from like a fresh product to a value-added product, like feeling like either it's out of their reach or too expensive or something like that. And then the second part, or did that encompass both parts? Okay. Right. So how many farmers also just decide that it's just not affordable for them to move through with that type of value added product? Okay, that's a good question. We really don't have any kind of data on that, I have to say. What we have data on is the number of businesses who come to us, which we have about 3,000 products per year, probably 700 to 800 different companies per year come to us. For services. And I can tell you from the people who come to us, what we can tell, we don't always know if they're farms or not. We do have a client intake form that asks if they're farms. So I would say from that, I would say probably we have maybe 15% or so that I don't know offhand. I'm guessing. I couldn't tell you for sure how many are farms. It's hard to really tell. About probably 70 to 80% of our clients are from New York State, for sure. We are subsidized by the state, so our services are seriously reduced for New York State businesses. Outside of the state, they're about twice as much as they normally would be. And when it comes to the infrastructure, I mean, I think what you're asking is really the infrastructure that Fran was kind of talking about, is whether they have the facilities to have like a commercial kitchen on their facility. I would say that we have a lot of success with folks who are Amish and Mennonite farmers who have created their own value-added products. I think they're probably our biggest farm community. And my understanding too is that a lot of them work together to have some of those facilities to make their products work out too. So beyond that community, there are for sure other farmers who come to us. It's just hard to tell. It's hard to tell because those aren't the things that we specifically are focused on learning, although we do ask. It's just hard to get all that kind of data in place. So interesting question to bring up. And also once they leave us, it's hard to know whether they succeed or not. You know, we help them get to a place where they can, and then unless we hear back from them later on, we really don't know. We really don't know.
So there's number one, thank you for sharing all the information that you did. There were some things we were aware of, but a lot that I wasn't. So I will definitely be connecting with you. But something that came to mind talking about, you know, like sort of farmers and their response to wanting to engage in, you know, specific, you know, like CPG activity or value-added activity made me also remember that I meant to mention we have a sustainability we are sustainably focused business, meaning like end to end, like our sourcing all the way down to our, you know, packaging and our waste management plan that we intend to follow. But I bring this up because our pureed line will be focused on sourcing upcycled produce from farmers. So we have interacted with a lot of farmers who mentioned, I know like seconds and B grade is maybe somewhat derogatory to some farm, depending on the farmer that you speak to, but we see an opportunity with collecting, you know, seconds or produce that gets essentially left on the field, and upcycling that, because a lot of times it's perfectly healthy, nutrient rich, like that better? Oh, that is, yeah. Not just on the farm side, but even on the, grocer or like distributor side, they have unused product that often just gets discarded. Now, I know that there was a law recently implemented around food waste management, and I think it's any business that produces a certain tonnage of product is required to responsibly dispose of that product going forward. And so to kind of it keeps dying.
Theater voices, everyone. I think so. Yep.
Well, just to speak to that, what you just said resonates with a question that I had just to the panelists, which was, I heard you, Precious, saying we have all these purchasing programs and they are great. And when the Farm to School initiative first started, that was sort of a game changer. But there's a bottleneck that we can't feed these great programs, despite the fact that we literally have people ready to feed these programs. So maybe one way to get policymakers to understand is to point specifically to the programs that they're initiating and saying, thank you, this is an amazing program that we don't have the infrastructure to support. So help us also do that. And this is something, I'm here as part of Vision 2050. We heard this across the state over and over and over again as part of our project. Infrastructure was the number one thing that we heard. And tied with that was we need to be able to network and convene regularly in order to do what's just happening. Somebody has something to help that. I forget what the I need, I can philosophy. So I think letting the policymakers know that their great ideas are only great on paper and can't be executed unless exactly what you said is happening.
Thank you. Great presentation, by the way. Thank you. I was wondering if, to address this need for additional funding, if any of you are working with your workforce development or connections in the state. And why I bring it up is there are a lot of resources. For instance, WIOA, which is the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act, which may change because reauthorization is coming up, and you all know that things get shifted around. But that in particular, which was signed into law like in 2014, is designed to help job seekers access employment, education, training, and to support services to succeed in the labor market and to match employers with skilled workers. Quite often we stay in our silos, and this is moving into a different sector, that of workforce development and training. However, there are resources for entrepreneurs and also resources for those that need skilled workers, whether to train them culturally in a different language, farm workers, which I've not heard about yet or seen reflected. And I'll bring that up over and over again. They're part of the food system, a critical part of the food system. So I'm wondering if this is a place to explore, if you have not done so, and to partner with those that are working, in the workforce, larger workforce field.
I just wanted to share a resource for those of you who have any kind of food enterprise. I'm on the board of the Agricultural Justice Project, and we have a whole suite of materials that you can use to immediately adapt a model employee handbook to your enterprise based on fair practices, a model for how you can develop a health and safety training program that's very comprehensive, that includes both mental health as well as physical hazards, and then train your workforce in using it. Conflict resolution, a whole series of things that relate to fair labor practices and policies. So check out agriculturaljusticeproject.org. It's on our website, and that'll give you a key to it.
Okay, I'm sure we all have so many other thoughts that hopefully we will take with us after today. So let's wrap it up there so we can all have a little break. I'll just thank all of our panelists so much for being willing to come up and share your stories and answer questions today. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you, everyone. So I think we have a little bit of a break now. Please get up and stretch and chat with everyone, and then this room will be set up for lunch. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Are y'all all good and tired? You ready for the quiet room? We had that big meal and just lots of good conversation and great company. Breaking bread together always bonds people as human beings. So let's see if we can get a little bit of extra energy back here as we delve into this session, this breakout session. And first, just thank you to everybody here to have this conversation. So I'm just going to ground us, and I'm not going to take too much time in that. And I have my big teacher voice. So I probably don't really need, but I'll use this just in case, because I do know there's some people who might have a hearing impediment like myself. So I was thinking over the last few days before the lead up to this summit about what I'm going to say to ground us. And of course, I always bring it back to what lived experiences that I have that I can bring to this space, how I ended up here. And so I think about a little girl, long time ago, I won't tell you how old I am, growing up in a household that was food insecure, and what that experience was like to have to get free lunch and have that stigma attached. And so going and getting your food, getting in line, sometimes if you were one of those kids that did that, you got picked on, or you might even get jumped because you were seen as someone who was receiving a handout. And the lack of dignity in that, and not having adults in the school to understand what that is, and who may even share the same ideology as some of the kids who do come from more affluent homes. So I started thinking about that work and thinking about how I've been in nonprofit space, and then how I ended up here as someone who is a funder on the other side of things. And I have now a position where I can right size that power to empower other people, but to also support the work of advocates like yourselves who are moving in so many different spaces. And so I want to open up with a think, pair, share activity I used to do in the classroom. And Avalon reminded me of this strategy the other day when we were on a SOFSA meeting. So I'm going to use it. I love it so much. What I'd like for you to do with your partner or partners at your table is to consider a couple of things before we delve into our panel discussion here. First, think about your lived experience. What brought you to this work? Why are you in this room? Take a moment to think about that, how you came to be in this space. And then next, I want you to think about who's not in this room, who should be in this room, and how we can get them to this room. So just take a few minutes to do a think, pair, share. You don't have to report out, but I want to ground our conversation in that before we start thinking about collaborations and co-conspirators and accomplices, and how we do this work from the funder perspective in partnership with you. So just take a few minutes to do that, please. So again, think about your lived experiences, what brought you to this space, look around and see who's not here, who should be here, and think about what we can do differently than what we've already been doing. So take a minute, talk with each other, please, and just only a minute because we got limited time. Okay, just start wrapping up your final thought. I know we not a whole lot of time. All right. Is there anyone who would like to share? It's crickets. Thank you. I love that. Go for it. Thank you. Anybody else want to share? Yes. Thank you. One more? Anyone? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your willingness to share. I know it's not always easy, and it's not always easy for me to share those stories growing up in those spaces, but that's why I work so hard at what I do to bring people into these spaces who are not here, because those are the folks that are most impacted by the decisions and by the work. And I'm gonna steal a quote from my good friend Manu Chitri of the Deaf New Americans: "Nothing about us without us." And at the end of the day, that's what we should be striving for as we're right-sizing power. So as we delve into the panel, there are just three things I want to, oh, yeah. Oh, did she, yeah, there she is. Would you like the microphone? Yes, please.
I just said that, it's hard to tell just like from looking at us. And I know that there are folks with lived experience in the room. And I think my sense is that there's not a real balance in terms of people with lived experience around the issues that we're all, working to and passionate about addressing. Yeah, thank you.
And so as we kind of dig in a little bit deeper about partnerships, collaborations, there's just three things I want you to keep in back of mind as we do this. One is, let your values be your compass. Remember why you're working in this space. Two, think about who has the least advocacy and how you can right-size power, create opportunities, and increase access on their behalf. Bring them to the table next time. Third, build relationships with your co-conspirators, your collaborators, and your funders, because it takes all of us to do this work. So with that, I'm gonna give it over to Maura, who's, as we get started, who's we're moderating. Anne is moderating. So Anne, you wanna come on over here? Oh, yeah, this is the funders. Oh my word. Okay. Well, we can listen. I'm agile. I can move. So, all right. Sounds good. All right.
Thanks. So I think little miscommunication. We're good. So we're going to start with storytelling from the perspective of the Schenectady Food Policy Council, which I'm saying wrong. You'll get it right when I say it, when you say it, as well as SOFSA, and sort of each of our trajectories towards where we are now. So a little bit of storytelling and then a little bit of conversation with Kristi from the Schenectady Foundation and Qiana from CNY Community Foundation, which Anne and Karen will moderate that part of the conversation, and then we'll open it up for questions from everybody. So that is our agenda. Do you guys want to go first? Okay, I'll pull up your slides. Thank you.
Do the start? Perfect. Okay. Well, my slides are kind of just a bunch of rambling anyway. Oh, yeah. My name is Kristi Milligan. I'm the Director of Grants and Community Programs at the Schenectady Foundation. And we
I'll just get started because I was gonna say I just threw a lot of stuff up there. So we were asked to kind of talk about where we started. Oh, it's okay. I'm just gonna go. Yeah. Thanks. Should I keep going? Yeah. Okay, so I'll help you pass the time. It's okay. So to just give you an idea of where we started with our Schenectady County Food Council, what happened was at the beginning of COVID, the Schenectady Foundation sees itself as a convener in the community. And so we're kind of, we're just really good at getting people together around common interests and goals. So when COVID hit, we kind of decided what is the one thing that our community really, really needs us all to come together around. And it was very close to unanimously decided it had to be food. So long story short, we created this big distribution warehouse at the Boys and Girls Club. We had just tons of the food bank was working with us. We had tractor trailer trucks coming in with food, and we just had a hotline where if you needed food, if you needed delivered, just call us. No questions asked, we'll deliver food to you. So we did that. But in the process, as I'm sure many of you know, when we started talking to people and getting real stories and finding out that it's not just COVID that's keeping people or people needing food, it really hit us as funders. We're not in it every day. And so we didn't realize that we fund food pantries and food banks, and we thought, oh, emergency food. And then we heard these stories and we're like, oh, people are not using this as emergency food. It's a much bigger issue than we from our point of view understood. And so when things if you want to say settled down with COVID, we were able to step back when the warehouse distribution center kind of shut down. And we stepped back and said, okay, we have to figure this out. Food insecurity is a real thing. Like, we need to figure out, let's get down to the bottom. We've been very interested in systems change anyway. And we decided there's a reason that this is happening and we need to get to the bottom of it. So we started a funding opportunity called, I think back then we called it Healthy Food Access for All or something like that. And we decided that we want to put this out to our potential grantees to say, what is a real transformational thing you can do to help fix the food system? We had already provided refrigerators and food bank money and whatever, to increase food in the community, but we wanted to dig down. And so we got a couple of applications that were really, really cool ideas. And one of them was to help fund a regional food policy council, which as we were reading through it, we were just like, whoa, this is amazing. We had never heard of a food policy council. And it was really awesome, but it was regional. I think it was to cover like 13 different counties. And so we did make that award to them, but then we sat back and thought, what can we do here though? We get the value of the regional aspect of it, but what can we do in Schenectady County? And so we started just researching and reading and learning and talking to people all over the country, figuring out what in the world is a food policy council, who funds it, where is it housed, what can it do? And so we ended up putting together a steering committee of people that Adine has been the most valued partner. I can just say, I'm so grateful to have her. And we did this over the past year or so and put together what we presented to the community as our best efforts as, what could work in Schenectady County. And so we just last week had a press conference announcing officially the Schenectady County Food Council and just inviting the community. We, as we talked about before, Qiana, when you mentioned that people with lived experience, we like the kind of version that we use of that slogan in our community is the people closest to the problem should be closest to the solution. And so we're really at this point trying to impress upon people that this is your food council. This is, for everybody. It doesn't matter your education, your background, your experience, where you live. As long as you live or work in Schenectady County, this is for you. So all of that announcement, we're like basking in the press and the coverage, and it's been amazing. And I'm going to pass it over to Adine so that she can tell you kind of more about where we are right now.
Thanks, Kristi. Adine, major imposter syndrome here because we're here talking about food policy councils and we feel like we've just formed ours like last week. Although like in reality, we've been working together for over a year and having conversations. And this Food Policy Council of Schenectady is made up of 55 different member organizations already doing great work in the community. I mean, these people are boots on the ground with direct knowledge of the folks in the community, what their needs are. And, you know, we're trying to go out to the community to build more bandwidth, trust, to get people to join our food policy councils and committees. So, you know, all of this became very apparent to us during COVID. And I just thought, well, great, at least finally we're going to fix the food system, the way we move food. Like, we have to take some of this back, right? Like, we have to have control of our local and regional food system. So this Food Policy Council is a great way to really kind of move things forward. And coming here today and seeing some of these familiar faces and new faces and people that are so energized and are so passionate about trying to take back control of the food system. And it is about writing power. You know, like, I think the food system is working exactly as it was designed to do. And we're all implicit in that. Like, in power, there has to be oppression. Like, one doesn't work without the other. So I think in having these conversations, you know, and they can be difficult because sometimes we are the middle class, middle-aged white people in the room. And like, we don't have those problems that, you know, and lived experiences that we can go out and correct things. So, you know, we have to build community. We have to have people that, you know, have lived experiences that can join us at the table, because everybody deserves a place at the table. Like, what are we as a society if we can't take care of, you know, the least among us? I mean, like, that's what it's all about. And if you have to struggle and you're struggling because of your zip code, like, we need to fix that. And I think these conversations, these networks, these groups are an important part of that. So I don't know if I even said what I was supposed to say, but I really appreciate everybody being here and the openness and, you know, the fact that everybody's just willing to share themselves, what they've learned, what works for their community. And, you know, we came in with some preconceived notions. We got to get government in on this. No, necessarily we don't, you know, like, maybe that's not the best thing. It might bring some resources, but it's always going to bring some hindrances too. So we just appreciate being here. We appreciate the community. And thank you to everybody for doing all the work that you're doing and allowing us to have a place at the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Adine. That's okay. Thanks so much for sharing. Oh, I should get our slides going. Do you want to introduce yourself while I do that?
Hi, everybody. I'm Emilija Postolovska. I am currently a board member of SOFSA, also a founding member. So I've been really privileged to see the evolution of our amazing team, amazing group here over the past several years. And it's been a whirlwind, but really, really exciting to see what everything in the future holds for us while I wait for more. No, we're good. We're good. All right. Okay. I'm going to pass it over to Maura to kick us off real quick, and then, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just echo Adine, like, thank you for sharing all of that. I too am very moved by everyone in the room and humbled. So we just wanted to share, Emilija and I, a little bit about SOFSA's history that's gotten us to where we are now, and like also acknowledge that there are some of the people who were in that very first room, including Curtis and Matt and Anne, which wasn't that very first room was not the first room. And so really acknowledging that, like, there was so much that happened prior to us actually talking about the Syracuse-Onondaga Food Systems Alliance. Oh, Lisa, you were in those rooms too. Oh my gosh, Mary and Matt, and there's so many wonderful people here. And so there was a lot that happened before 2019, which Emilija is going to talk about in a second. But really, SOFSA grew out of several previous efforts to improve various aspects of the regional food system, and was really a call and a recommendation that came out of Matt's work, along with Evan Weissman, around FoodPlanCNY, which you'll be presenting about in the next session. And so really want to acknowledge that, like, a core recommendation that came out of that food system assessment was the need for better collaboration and coordination across the food system in Onondaga County. And so SOFSA was born out of that. And I'll pass it over to Emilija to talk about the history that I don't know.
Okay. So yes, as Maura referenced, there was already a lot that was happening in this space, but in its own little separate pockets. As we know, most of this work ends up being more siloed than it needs to be. And so prior to my current role, I was running a multi-sector collaborative through Trinity Health called the Transforming Communities Initiative. And that work was mainly focused around addressing social determinants of health in two of our highest needs neighborhoods in the Syracuse area through policy systems and environmental changes. And one of those strategies was around increasing access to healthy foods in those neighborhoods. And so in trying to think about how to approach it from a more systems level, long game approach, instead of just, like something that's directly in front of you, right? We had the privilege of working with Healthy Connections, our local Rio. Mary was at Healthy Connections at the time. They were our evaluator on the project, but they were also hosting a regional food gathering just to try to figure out what can we do around these issues. And they had some funding to bring Anne in from Johns Hopkins to help facilitate some of those conversations. And as what normally happens in these kinds of situations, you meet people accidentally on purpose. And that's what happened during that particular convening. So one of our colleagues from Healthy Connections knew the work that was going on with TCI. And she said to me, she said, "Hey, have you ever met Evan Weissman?" And I said, "No, I haven't." So she's like, "Let me introduce you. They're going to be presenting a little bit later at one of the roundtables. But I think with the work that you're looking to do with TCI, use those resources around a systems change. The work that they're doing, he and his colleague, Matt, who is over or in the back, you'll hear from them later. They have some ideas around, potentially a food policy council that might answer some of those questions." So Evan and I met, sat in on the round table, and I was like, okay, so the next obvious step is let's have coffee and let's talk about this. So they had the dream and I had the dollar, and we talked about how we can actually make this happen. And so we talked extensively around who can actually lead this work. And that's how Maura came in the picture. I had some of the funding that was set aside for this work to bring in somebody who would be a dedicated go-to person, or herding cats is a lot of these things go, to bring together disparate systems and sectors across the entire food space in the Syracuse and Onondaga County region, to really truly figure out, sitting around literally one table, how can we actually work together to address some of these really deep-seated issues, knowing that it's going to take all of us, all hands on deck, and it's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight, but that we all have to really, truly, thoughtfully think about why are we coming together? What are our true intentions? And making sure that we're able to stick to those values throughout the entire process. I'm ready to pass it back over to you so you talk about some more. I can keep going. I'm happy to keep going. And so those first initial meetings, I think, and Curtis was there as well, right? They were met with a lot of skepticism, I think. We brought together folks from the service providers, places like the food bank that everybody knows, to some small like grassroots food justice organizations in some of the neighborhoods, to public health and the health department and health systems and the Onondaga Nation, and bringing everyone together in one room to try to figure out, again, why are we here? And from day one, I think it was such an amazing collaborative process. I mean, everything that we did from those early meetings was done on is as democratic as possible, put it that way, from voting on the name to what is our mission, what are our vision, values, all those different kinds of things. How are we going to procure funding for this? What is the long-term process going to look like so that we can make sure that it's not another fly-by-night operation, knowing that a lot of times these things do happen, right? Like the funding runs out, and then what? And the only ones who are left holding the bag are the people who you're hoping to have a positive impact on. And so we really truly tried to embrace that kind of justice-oriented approach from day one. And I will be happy to pass it over to you from.
Let's see. So two other early pieces of history that I just want to add. So first, this is a word cloud of like the feedback on Post-its that came out of one of those initial sessions and just like the words that were reiterated. So we sort of copied everything verbatim, and these were the words that emerged from that, which is always a like lovely way of visualizing. So I just want to acknowledge that. So I think as Emilija mentioned, we were born from equity and justice in the beginning. And I think that was reiterated a lot in our 2020 years in our response to COVID, as well as, the racial justice uprisings, and really having the opportunity to formulate our organization. Not as many organizations were trying to pivot and write the right statement and like make a performative gesture, or even if they were doing more than a performative gesture, it was a lot of like peeling back like years and years and years of ingrained systems, right? We had this opportunity to build from the start. And Avalon has been an incredible portion of that. And then we've already invoked Evan Weissman a couple of times, but I do want to just mention that Evan passed away very suddenly in April of 2020. And I think that too was a formative piece of our history. He was 43 years old, but he also was one of the reasons that Ethan is with us now, one of the reasons that Avalon is with us now, because he was a professor at Syracuse University and really was a driving force behind the food studies department there. And so, as tragic as the event of losing Evan was, I think it also galvanized so many people around this effort as his legacy. And so a lot of people came together out of grief, out of care for Evan, to reinvest ourselves in this effort. And I would say, including myself, I think a lot of us in this room felt that way. And his name continues to be invoked all the time in our meetings. Curtis says the Evan doctrine a lot. So I'm going to start with the double face palm. So just as an anecdote of sort of the very beginning of our funding history. So as Emilija mentioned, we had some like initial seed funding to really just lay the groundwork. But early on, we knew that in order to sustain this work, we would need to secure some funding. So Evan and Mary and I came to a meeting in this very building that was a double face palm meeting. So this was November of 2019. I was pregnant. I was sick as a dog. Can you imagine going to a meeting, like actively sneezing with like tissues around you anymore? Like in person. Yeah, we're not going to move this to Zoom. We'll just have this meeting. Yeah, sure, it's going to go great. So that was the start of it. And then our pitch was basically, hey, we're a group of people who might someday be a food council. Do you want to give us funding? And Frank, who's on Qiana's team, very graciously laughed us out of the room. And he was right to do that. Like, we didn't have a solid plan at that point. We really needed to do some more legwork to be able to more clearly articulate where it was that we were going, what the vision was. And I think it took probably a year from that point before we were really ready to have that meeting. Unfortunately, then, all sorts of things happened in the meantime. But yeah, just wanted to share that fun anecdote. I think lots of us have that misstep anecdote, and I think it's important to acknowledge. And like, of course, we can all learn from them, but not if we don't acknowledge those silly moments of like, oops, let me try again. So this is just a slide that talked about sort of the democratic process of actually getting from, hey, we might one day be a food council, want to fund us, to a name. And I think having a name was really key in actually saying like, there's some oomph behind this. So we had this beautiful meeting in October of 2019. No, it must have been after that. It must have been December, because November we had the meeting and we didn't have a name. I think it was later. And we talked about like that a food policy council generally has a name that includes the geography, the content, and a name for how you collaborate. And so we did this voting process. We came up with I think Syracuse-Onondaga was really intentional to be inclusive of both Onondaga County and Onondaga Nation and reference both and not say Onondaga County. And so, yeah, so just really loved that process of deciding on a name. Okay, and from there, I'm going to just tell you the quick history of 2019 to 2023. It was a whirlwind. So in early 2020, we had one part-time staff member and very, very part-time. I was like 6 hours a week supposed to be. I did a lot more than that pretty quickly in 2020 when the world shifted. We were positioned to do a lot more, even though we had planned this grand launch in June 2020. The mayor was going to be there. We had visions about June 2020. And then we decided, you know what, we're close enough. Let's go. And we really started in wet cement, still are in lots of ways. But so we talked about a lot of the seed funding, but we had seed funding from the Onondaga County Agriculture Council, which is funded through county money. And that funding allowed us to leverage towards regional food systems planning grant through the USDA that we were awarded at the end of 2020. That brought on a second part-time staff. It made us both about half-time. And then the lender fellowship also began, which was Avalon's first foray into SOFSA, and we've just kept her and kept her and kept her. We are so lucky for that. As well as we had an Emerson Hunger Fellow. So we had a pair of Emerson Hunger Fellows. One was in Syracuse and one was in Portland, and that was another just added capacity. We got our very first grant from the CNY Community Foundation then for some racial justice work and our community engagement work. And then we just continued to struggle with like making a real case for the work and like why it mattered. And we were deep in planning and self-discovery and lots of those other pieces. Yeah, I think that's a lot of that. So at that point, so this is just like, this is how I ground us a lot. I took a lot out of this slide that is usually way busier than this, but just thinking about the chapters of our development as an organization and a council. So we were doing a lot of planning and experimentation. And then 2022 was really about growth and learning. And as we've moved into 2023, I hope we are moving towards sustainability. We'll see. That's aspirational. I will say that this timeline has been shown many times over the years, and moving towards sustainability is always the end, and the dates were changed a number of times. So yeah, take that with a grain of salt. So this is how we visualize our mission as it stands right now, as a tree rooted in equity and justice with 4 branches of our mission, which we're working on our mission statement, I'll say, works in progress, but like how we operationalize our mission is with these 4 branches of fostering relationships, developing projects, aligning resources, and advocating for policies. And just to talk, like the rest of the presentation is really going to focus on that aligning resources branch, which has become, I think, a really central point of how we operationalize our equity and justice work in practice. Will it go? Will it go? There it is. So around 2021 was when our fiscal and fundraising committee, which Emilija has been a critical part of from the very beginning, adopted the 10 principles of community-centric fundraising, which I have a handout. I'm going to invite you all to pass that out. Thank you. And I think this has really grounded us in thinking about that donors don't drive our work, right? Donors and funders are not the drivers of our work. Our stakeholders are the drivers of our work. Our staff and the people who are essential to making the work happen are the drivers of our work. And so, that has been really essential as a framework for us. And the committee also made an explicit commitment to that every grant over $50,000 from that point forward, we would re-grant a minimum of 15% of that money. And in 2022, I think we re-granted 19% of our overall funding. So beyond just that, just those high level grants, 19% went back out the door to our partners. And that has been a really critical component of the way that we do business, is really making sure that all of our partners have the resources, of course, monetary, but also like equipment, like that I need. SOFSA tries to say I can, right? And tries, and when we can't organizationally, we try to call upon the network to say who can among us, who among us can, excuse me. So yeah, check out community-centric fundraising, really recommend it. We'll talk more about it, I'm sure. Let's see, so then 2022, we had 1 full-time and 1 part-time staff member, plus we brought on our first Vista. And we became the first entity in the country to get a second RFSP round of funding for implementation. So we built on our planning grant, got an implementation grant that has been huge. And then and the Community Foundation showed up incredibly for that grant. So this was like Qiana came into the picture and she was like, I like what's happening. And she was like, there's an opportunity to leverage this funding, not just, dollar for dollar in terms of making an impact, but the USDA will match this and quadruple the impact. And so she really saw that as an opportunity, and lots of kudos to Emilija and Qiana for that first conversation of excitement and inspiration. And so that really enabled us to do all of that work. And again, a lot of that money is going back out the door to various initiatives. And we're continually finding new ways to be like, oh, we have savings, who's going to get it? And trying new different things. So at this point, we have 3 full-time staff members, a Vista member. We just did our first, last year we did our first like sort of individual donor campaign. But this year's was much more successful, and it was like planting a seed for our food justice fund that we're going to launch with additional support from the New York Health Foundation to like re-grant through mini grants driven by community members. So we'll hire community ambassadors to drive how those funding decisions are made. But we have about $23,000 to re-grant in 2024. And that's where we are. I think that's everything. Oh, no, it's not. It's so not. This is so important. How could I forget? This is why I have a slide. So I just wanted to like articulate that in many ways, these commitments codify Haudenosaunee principles of abundance that we've really tried to incorporate into our work, right? And I'm gonna talk about Curtis again. But like, Curtis and I have had many long conversations about the 7th generation, right? Stewarding our resources so that they are available to the 7th generation. And so this underlying principle of abundance is that there is enough. There is enough of everything. There is enough money if we, right? There is a contingency here. If we share and if we steward appropriately, right? And so thinking about, when are those lean years? When are those years of abundance? And how do we plan for those? And how do we support one another when one of us is in a moment of lean and one of us is in a moment of abundance? And so I think that, I think this Plant a Seed campaign was really special in that way of the fundraising committee coming up with this idea of like, we are in a moment of abundance. We need to re-grant. And we need to design a way to do this that is equitable and meaningful to our community. So that's where we are. We think food councils and networks in general are really uniquely positioned to do this kind of work, and that funders are a key part of the re-education process and of thinking about these things differently and helping us to stretch the bounds of what has traditionally been the philanthropic relationship. And so, yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Kristi and Qiana to talk about funding, or I don't know if Anne, we're going to moderate the conversation now. All right, they're ready. All right, join us.
Liz is not. And I'm gonna find us in the middle.
I want to say thank you to Maura, Emilija, Kristi, and Adine for sharing your story of your councils. It's really helpful to hear that trajectory about how the councils came to be and also the role that funders have played in helping to get it started. And part of this conversation is, we want to talk to funders about your role and what you see as your role and value in councils and in this work. And so I know that we've heard the value from the council perspective of what value you bring to your community, but from the funder perspective, what is the value of having a food policy council or an alliance within your community or within your state? Kind of from your perspective as a funder, what value does that bring versus an organization or some other kind of neighborhood group?
First of all, that's a great question. And I think let's go back for a second, because it isn't just about food. It's about a bunch of different systems that are intertwined, and you have many different players. They're all doing their stuff in their space, but having a food council breaks that down, because now you have someone who can be a frequency holder, someone who can convene all those people together, someone who can put the people that need to be in the room in that room. And so that's the value that I see in it, because you need someone who can do that work. Yes, you might have the food bank. The food bank does what the food bank does, but the food bank can't do this. It doesn't have that capacity. So supporting a food council to do that work, I think, is extremely incredible and very important, especially in communities like Central New York.
I agree. And I actually am grateful for this question to be first, because I completely didn't even talk about funding for our council. But I think we are actually in a unique position, because we are the foundation that kind of convened the food council, but we started the funding because we were just like, oh, it's our idea, we'll fund it. That was a little bit easier, so we didn't have to do the facepalm thing. So at this point, we have money from the Schenectady Foundation, and also we were able to access ARPA funding through the city. So that's kind of all we have right now. But as far as the foundation goes, we've also I mentioned that our foundation is very good. We see ourselves as the convener in the community. And so it's been very important to us to make sure that people understand this is not a program of the Schenectady Foundation. This is, we facilitated bringing everybody together, but this is a community. This is, all different levels, and it's not a foundation program. So we're very careful to put that sort of, the group is, it's very important to us. A lot of times funders can be seen as sort of in the ivory tower, like not really understanding the community they work in, and not really being sort of, we've been working on this for several years. And I think we've done a much better job of kind of connecting and building relationships with those credible messengers in our community. But to say that we're there would not be accurate. We have a lot more trust in the community than I think we've had in the past, but having the foundation, the council separate from the foundation makes it so that we can really throw our support behind this community building and community engagement without having it be seen as the funder up above. Yeah.
It's a very good distinction of like removing yourself from it too. And that's very important, because otherwise you are going to be seen as the convener and the one that holds the purse strings. Yeah. Yeah. So you touched on this a little bit in your response, but what, if it has changed, what is your funding or your foundation's approach to grant making, and how has that evolved over time to allow you the ability in the space to be able to fund these groups that are network based or more collaborative? Yeah.
Okay. Ours, I feel like we are kind of taking a crash course in this. We have in the past probably year and a half or 2 years really started to understand the idea that we can't do, it's always been, our big organizations, the city mission and the Boys and Girls Club and all the groups that have grant writers on staff or can, really present a good proposal. They can present the numbers they're going to achieve. And, in the end, we're looking for measurable outcomes. And we kind of prided ourselves on the fact that we look for measurable outcomes. We want impact. And then, you know, every time we got reports back, it would be like, we hosted 5 meetings and we served 100 pounds. You know, I was like, okay, but impact. And that's what we're kind of now, we're understanding the idea of funding smaller grassroots organizations that might not be able to come to us and say, we're going to make this humongous significant change in the next year. Or, you know, they're just, we're really understanding ways to make our application process more accessible, announcing it and going into the neighborhoods to announce the opportunities and teach people. We've held workshops to help people understand what we mean when we say an outcome, or what we mean when we say, what's your theory of change for applying for your project. And so I think we've really changed in that way, and that we still have a lot of work to do. I know, but we've changed to make it more accessible, more equitable, and really try to fund impact over filling in the right numbers.
Thank you for saying that. There's a couple of different things that we're doing in terms of our commitment to racial equity and access, and we're doing a combination of those things as well. So capacity building is one of the most important things that you can do for a grassroots group. And I know for us, we have several capacity building programs that we offer. In order to get that information out, I'm out in the community, literally with a table. I bring it wherever I go. I will bring a tent if it is raining or snowing, or if it's too hot. And my role was designed specifically for that reason, to let the community know, those who are neighborhood leaders know that we are here and we can fund what you're doing and become partners in making changes within our community. Also thinking about how we remove barriers with our application process. That is so cumbersome for some people. And if you're just coming to learning about how to apply for a grant, you have no idea about what the difference is between outcomes and outputs. You need somebody to walk you through that process. And so we've tried to be very tactful and more strategic in how we do that through our capacity building programs. We have several, one that's been running for about 30 plus years, where neighborhood groups can meet one Saturday per month in order to get the support that they need. And some of those groups, I'll just shout out one, Golden Carrot Farm, which SOFSA is working with, Food Access Healthy Neighborhoods Now. So this is an outgrowth of our partnership with SOFSA. So these are some of the things that we're able to address, but that capacity building piece is critical. And being able to remove the barriers with the application, but educating people on what you offer so they know how to go after it, how to do it, but working with them rather than making it a transaction is turning that around. And this only moves at the speed of trust. So building that trust-based philanthropy is also part of it. This is a very extractive field in many ways. Where did all that wealth come from? But that's a discussion for another time.
So Kristi, your point about impact, Qiana and I had a really beautiful conversation at Salt City Market, just to plug again, a couple months ago, just talking about like, how can we support community organizations to talk about their impact and not just in numbers, right? How can we incorporate storytelling and oral history and lots of different ways of reporting, as opposed to both asking folks to go through the cumbersome process of applying for a grant and then filling out the same form to report back on their grant. And so what are the other ways that funders can accept stories of impact that go beyond data?
Talking too much. And one new thing that we are trying here are oral reports, and that's going into the tradition of Indigenous practices. So where we would just have an interview and rather than you giving us this long report. So we're working on implementing that process, which Gifford Foundation, another local foundation, is already using and doing. So again, removing some of those barriers so that folks can really do the work that they're passionate about doing.
I actually have something to add to that too. Because I think this is really interesting. I think this is really a fun part of the work that we're doing. And we've actually been partnering with the United Way on one particular organization. They're very grassroots, very, they don't have the capacity to do a lot of that. And we're kind of working with them to incorporate the storytelling, but also to say, when you do this report for the United Way, it counts for the Schenectady Foundation. So yeah, it's been really cool. And also just sharing the idea that this is a learning process for all of us. So that's how we're trying to understand. Because I had one applicant come to us recently and they were like, I don't understand what you want for outcomes. And I said, tell me how you're changing people's lives. And they're like, what? Like, that's all you want? I'm like, that's what we're funding you for. So being able to say that this is a learning process. We want to know, what is it that you want to learn by doing this project? And then we want to be curious. We want to learn about it. And what are we going to see as a benefit to our community? And it's not even about succeeding or failing. It's about, did it go the way you thought, or did it go a different way? And now we can reassign those resources to something else and we'll keep learning. So like really building that true partnership with them.
I'm going to deviate from my list of questions and continue with this, because part of what you're talking about are you're talking about relationships, and you're talking about organizations and councils building relationships with their funders. And so what advice do you have for groups that are seeking funding, that are having a hard time, particularly councils have a hard time. It's one of the greatest challenges is to get funding for this work of partnership and network development. So what advice do you have for them on building relationships with their local or regional funders?
I was trying to see if like we could like maybe split that question for like nonprofits, because it seems like a lot of councils are nonprofits, but some of us are trying to become embedded in government. So what does that maybe look like from an outside funding perspective?
I think the one thing I would suggest, and I should tell you, I am no expert by any measure. I'm on this funding side about 1.5 years in now. I'm coming from the other side of the nonprofits and being an educator and co-founding a local nonprofit here myself. So some of the strategies we've used is the one-to-one approach. Get in front of someone that you're trying to have an influence with or seek out their sphere of influence, sitting down and having those one-to-ones to understand what their values are and where their focus is extremely important. You got to take that time to build that relationship. So, you know, getting on their calendar, whether it yields anything or not. And to go back to Maura and her beginning with coming here to the foundation to talk to my VP about funding. But you do notice you stuck with it and it evolved and it finally yielded something. So we here as CNYCF always say, it's not a matter of if, it's when we fund you. So we'll find a way. If you have something that is so impactful and the community is responding to it in a real positive way and it's changing lives, we will find a way to get you from point A to point B. But maybe you're just, you need to firm up some things along the way. Maybe your infrastructure, your back office support needs a little something. We'll find out how to get that to you. But those one-to-ones, that's the strategy that I know from the nonprofit side. That's what we use. We try to get in front of people we know have influence and who can right-size power for us and have those thoughtful conversations or courageous conversations or difficult conversations. And it's not always about the data, although data is about moving the mind and the story is about moving your heart. You do have to have both of them at some point, but it is important to do your one-to-ones. That's the relationship building piece.
I don't know if this helps with the nonprofit versus government question, but I think the one-to-ones are important, but also not just as an organization or council with a funder, but also with other community partners. Because I know in some ways, you know, there have been small groups that we've kind of been like, I don't know if we could really fund them because we typically fund 501c3s. And if there's an organization that doesn't have their 501c3 designation yet, but you know, when they find one of our trusted partners and they make, you know, build relationships with that organization, then it's like, oh, well, this group that we really trust and we have worked with and had success with, they're trusting this other organization. It kind of gives them more credibility to us. And then we'll start, you know, I think we're very open to meeting with people. So, you know, that's a route to go, but building relationships, it truly is about the entire fabric of the community and there's no one person that's not worth meeting with. It's all connected.
One thing I said in our planning conversation that I totally forgot to say in my presentation was there's so much about seeking funding that is just like finding policy windows, right? There is so much about it that is like laying groundwork, building the relationships so that when you go to make the ask, folks know you, right? that same thing that Qiana was saying of like, it's not a matter of if I'm going to make an ask, it's a matter of when. And I think something that's also been powerful in our relationship recently was like, hey, Qiana, I want to partner with you on this. I'm not asking anything of you, right? Like I'm not asking for money right now. Like I just want to work with you on this cool idea. Can we chat about what your participatory grant making has looked like in the past and how it would look to do this together in partnership? And so yeah, I think that like analogy with policy, which many of us know better about like how to advocate, it's so similar in seeking funding.
I'm going to add one more thing too. So having worked as a funder prior to this as well, a couple roles ago, and understanding the mindset of a funder and knowing how to approach it, that is also really key. And so even if you're new to those kinds of relationships, right? You can pick any funder. It can be an arts organization and you're working on food, there's always something, there's going to be room for alignment, right? So it's knowing how to pull out those key things that are of interest of that specific funder that also align with your efforts. And that's how a lot of it came about, like the next go around. So Maura mentioned the face palm. And then a couple of years later, when we were a little bit more fully formed, having known Frank for a number of years from my previous time as a local funder, I gave him like a little bit of a rundown of what we were looking to do now, knowing what some of the intentions of addressing some of these issues of the community foundation were. He connected me with Qiana. Qiana and I talked. There was a lot of key points of alignment there. It was the first time we met. And within 45 minutes, we had this going. And it doesn't always happen that way. I mean, that's like a unicorn meeting. But it happens, right? And it's just knowing how to talk about it.
Meeting was also during Avalon's practicum presentation.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Actually, thank you for reminding me of that, because it's literally at the very moment I hung up with Qiana and I knew Maura was there and I'm texting her on the side. I was like, listen, don't look at your phone because I know Avalon is giving your presentation, but guess what? And so, yeah, it was all, I think there was good energy happening that day, but that's all to say that there are opportunities in just knowing who your audience is, right? So connect as a person, connect on that human level, because there's always that, but also knowing what are the key things, like what are the key points of alignment and what you're asking for. And it could be the smallest thing that can turn into something a lot bigger. And that's the way that we can help bridge those gaps and break down some of those silos that we have going on. Because ultimately, if you think about it, regardless of what we're all interested in across the spectrum and the sectors, we're all looking at making a better, more equitable and just community from all angles, right? Whether it's food, whether it's access to arts programs, whether it's education, we're all thinking about the same thing. And so there's always elements of alignment there that I think are really important that we forget about because we get so laser focused on one specific topic that we forget about the other things that add into it, right? So when you think about playing the long game and those small wins, focusing on that, those are some of those key areas that I think are super important when you are trying to, and it goes for government too. The government is going to talk, when you're trying to collaborate with a government agency, a lot of it's going to come down to, well, what's it going to cost us? Is it going to increase taxes? Whatever it is, how much of the budget is it going to eat up? But there's always opportunities to show like the long-term benefit from that piece too.
And the community-centric fundraising piece of this is like, you don't bend over backwards for that alignment. That alignment exists. So you find it in terms of your existing vision. You don't chase something that's out of alignment with what it is that you already envisioned that you wanted to do.
So Avalon's giving me the 5-minute warning. But Joe, did that answer your question, or do you want to clarify about government? So we did want to allow a few minutes of time for questions from the audience.
So first of all, just thank you for such a dynamic conversation. This is so, just amazing. Everything about this conference is so incredible. I worked for about 11 years in philanthropy, both private philanthropy and then also public sector giving and philanthropy. And, I so appreciate, I've been on both sides of the coin and appreciate exactly all the things that you've mentioned around sort of what works to inspire that giving, like from we intuitively knew to we kind of owned it and that helped propel us to making the case or storytelling or finding alignment and speak to their listening. I mean, these are such valuable strategies. And I want to say that I think that speaking to your point, Qiana, around writing power, there's a way in which power speaks to power. So I wanted to pose to those of you who are experts in philanthropy, who are working in the world of philanthropy, are there things you can do to influence your peer groups among funders? Because so often funders, and I know this because I've worked on both sides, will very often say, well, we have our niche and yes, you can partner with them and make the case, but very little money, which we all acknowledge, is going into this kind of partnership building and convening work. And it's so very important and you get it, but a lot of funders just don't. And it's a brick wall. So I wonder, is there a power in using yet another sort of strategy and tactic to build the resources for this kind of work, to have more of the philanthropic community speak to their peer group to say, we're doing this, this is the value we see, the impact we're seeing in our communities, and we invite you as our peer groups in philanthropy to invest more in this, because I think that could be a really game-changing strategy. I'm sure all of us here have listening ears around your strategies, but I think there's a way we want to sort of call on philanthropic communities to really influence those around them, because I think that could also be game-changing. Thanks so much.
I mean, I don't know that this is the right response, but I know from what I learned from our philanthropy and Devo department, we have something called socially responsible investing. And so we do our living legacy donor type of things. And so we try to highlight and uplift those who are making those significant contributions to those funds. I oversee our anti-poverty fund that allow me to do what I do. And that storytelling piece, I think, is very critical. Also being in your peer funder groups, whether they're statewide, national, and bringing your work to that table because it informs what they're doing, and sharing those best practices is another avenue. But you're absolutely right. There's definitely a lot of folks who don't understand how to right size the power, or even haven't even entered a space to have that conversation and what that might look like. So, but those are some of the things that we do. As well as, I want to say, just reporting out at conferences, national conferences, just keep telling your story, I have to say, and then you're gonna attract more of those people who want to be aligned with that great work, because it means something, and that's the legacy they do want to leave behind. I don't know. I don't think I answered your question, but I'm just adding in kind of what we're doing.
I'll add that I don't know that this is not to us a proven way, but it's something that we're embarking on. We recently, in the past year and a half, we started working with a national consultant on systems change, and they came and did an entire study of Schenectady and kind of what it means to be someone who lives in Schenectady. And they came back with these humongous recommendations for us, which we're working on. We have a couple of community meetings organized now to talk with neighbors and residents and other funders about how to move forward with this. And so I apologize that we don't have the exact names of what these pieces are, but their recommendation included a neighborhood council that would be residents and grassroots organizations and things who could come to this collaborative group when they need funding and support for new ideas out of smaller groups. And then another layer of it would be a funders collaboration. That would be, you are here to join with us to support the neighborhoods, to support residents, to support grassroots organizations. And so what we've done is we've stepped up and said, we're putting this pretty significant amount of money towards the neighborhood councils and will you join us? And so we don't have those answers back yet. And we're still kind of going on the community tour, kind of explaining this process to everyone and what the recommendations were. But we are in talks with other, like sort of like our sister foundations in Schenectady to say, hey, we stepped up, will you? And we're hoping to move in that direction. Yeah.
Hi, just to add to that, I'm Natasha Pernica with the Alliance for a Hunger-Free New York and the Food Pantries for the Capital District and the New York State Food as Medicine Coalition. And I'm a new member on the New York State Hunger and Food Policy Council. So I'm here as a resource also because I've been doing nonprofit work for over 25 years in a lot of human sector areas. And what you said is true, that all of the problems are getting worse because we've segmented the work. And we're at a point where in the food pantry system, for any of you where I was speaking earlier, food pantry services in the capital region were at 65,000 people before COVID. During COVID, it decreased to 52,000 because of all the government federal assistance. Went from 65,000 to 52,000, 70 food pantries. We couldn't do that impact through charity. That was federal assistance and policy. Now, 2 years later, we have literally the highest service levels we've ever experienced, ever. Where last year we were at 70,000 people. Guess what? That's when federal assistance ended. At the same time, inflation shot up. So now we're at 70,000 people. And guess what? 2023, year to date, we're at 20% higher than last year at service levels. Charity can't solve these problems. Federal policy and investment can. And so this is literally, I think, the most powerful day I've had. Empowering, not powerful, empowering, but this is where the power starts, because this is how we actually move the needle. And I just want to say, for all of the food councils and the foundations supporting this work, this is how we move the needle, and also coming together state so that we can align together for state and federal action is going to be critical, so that the local entities can do the local work, but we have to align on state and federal. And also, I've been involved with Schenectady Foundation, and I might cry. You guys all made me have chills, but they do the real work. During COVID, I have never seen another funder do what they did to step up to coordinate all of the organizations trying to make sure people had food. And they are continuing, I'm seriously crying. But like I've been doing this work for 25 years and I've never seen a funder do it with as much grace and backing with money to actually help the organizations do what needed to be done. And I think that's where, yeah. And I think that's where, as funders, you can be role models and set the model for the other foundations and funders that are out there. And we will back you and celebrate what you're doing because you are helping support the change. And it's community informed. And so I just wanted to say, like, you're doing the real work. And that's not a question. Everything I said was not a question.
Shall we call that the last comment? It was beautiful. All right, I'm gonna let Karen close us out. Anything? Closing thoughts? Go, go, go.
Thank you all. Thank you for sitting up here and being so very candid with your approach and your work and the trajectory and the double palm face and the unicorn moments, because it's important to have these conversations and to have funders present to talk about it too. This work isn't easy. It's not easy to bring people together and build relationships. It's also not easy to get it funded and to fund policy work. And you're right, that's it, the policy work. And so I hope that like you're leaving here today with some inspiration of it's hard, but building relationships and continuing to keep that door open and continuing to knock on it and have those conversations will eventually lead to that funding coming through. So thank you all very much.
So good afternoon, everybody. So how's the day gone? Do you feel like you're connected? And so how is the digging going? Digging all right? All right. Well, welcome to this afternoon's panel. And I'm really excited to get the opportunity to do just a little part in this, which is to make introductions to this really amazing initiative here in New York called CADE. It's going to get explained, but it's really your 2050 plan is thinking about how to take a full food system and really put it into action and what are all the things we need to do so. And you all have actually, as a team and with a much larger team, really put that process into place, and you have a plan that you're going to share out today and help people learn how to get engaged, right? So I'm really excited to actually introduce Phoebe Schreiner, sorry, I am so bad at actually names and spelling too. So Phoebe Schreiner, who is the CADE Executive Director, and she's going to share more about what CADE is and what this plan is about. And part of that team of many, but those who've really led this process also, Carolina Ficano, and she's a professor at Hartwick College, and Matt Pottegier. See, I told you, I'm really bad, even though they told me how to say this. Matt Pottegier is the professor at SUNY community or your college here. And he is a landscape architect and designer. And so really looks at it from that environmental perspective or structural perspective as well in your community. So we look forward to really talking about what it means to have a food system plan in hand from the statewide and a regional vision as well. And I will just say, take her away, I think, and if I have anything to share, I will along the way, but yeah, excited to hear about what you have to offer.
Well, thanks everyone for coming to this session. I know it's the end of a long day, but hopefully we'll keep you entertained and have a dynamic conversation together. Just to introduce CADE a bit, for those of you who are not familiar with us, we're a 32-year-old organization, the Center, you can see the name, Center for Agricultural Development and Entrepreneurship. We were founded many years ago in response to a drive to support the local food movement, but from the point of view of supporting farm and food businesses who may not want to be on the commodity market. Maybe they want to be feeding their local communities or using regenerative practices, et cetera. So we were established to really help small farms and farms that want to do things differently, and food businesses across the supply chain to really dig in and thrive and do what they do in support of a strong local food system. So we, to date, we've worked with more than 3,000 farms statewide. We started in our epicenter around Otsego County, which is Mohawk Valley, but today we have clients literally in every agricultural county across the state. We have a next slide. Thanks. Sorry, hard to go backwards. Anyway, so I want to just open a little bit with a personal story, to give our talk a little flavor. I actually do not come from an agricultural background at all, nor in New York State. My background is actually in international affairs. I got my international law master's degree from Columbia University. I worked with the United Nations. I worked with USAID, which is the State Department that does international development work. If you're familiar with the billionaire George Soros, I worked for his philanthropic organization for a decade. So I very much was a self-identified as a jack of all trades in the world of political, social, and economic development around the world. And how the heck did I end up here? I think it was Qiana's point around what's our lived experience that we're in this room. For me, my grandmother passed and left the family farmstead to me that's been in the family since 1795. So I'm 8 generations. And simultaneously, I was pregnant while I was in Afghanistan, serving there with my son, who today is now about 10. But I basically, with those 2 huge things that happened in my life, decided to come home. So of course I'm looking around, what the heck do I do with my international skill set in rural, middle of nowhere, New York? And it became very clear to me almost immediately that agriculture is a path to economic development in rural areas where there is significant poverty. So that's a fast forward. I landed at Cade. And I will say that as I was on my learning curve, of course, spent about 6 months on just a listening tour and talking to people and better understanding the situation for agriculture and the food system here in New York. And almost immediately, I mean, this is my background, having worked with multilateral institutions, I want to know what the state, has planned. So I'm Googling like crazy, where is the strategic plan for New York State on agriculture or the food system? And I kept coming up with nothing. And I'm like, why, this is weird. Like, how is this? So I'm starting to ask people like, so what's the situation? And the answer I got is essentially there wasn't much of an appetite for it. And these are the programs that are the priority, or, et cetera. But there seemed to be a lot of work, but there wasn't some common through lines. I was also observing, based on the conversations I was having being new to the space, how really siloed people were. And certainly not to throw anyone under the bus, I think in a way the funding streams weren't supporting people to do more collaborations and partnerships and so forth. So these sort of planted the seeds internally for a recognition that we need more energy and investment in bringing people together to really understand where there's common challenges. And in this space, I would say, our entry point to food system work has been around serving farm and food businesses with their business needs. So the persistent challenges we were observing from those farm and food businesses, what I observed was not that they are not very smart entrepreneurs running the ship of their businesses, but rather they were all facing similar problems. And how are those problems, in fact, kind of structural, not individual? So all of these things in concert work together started to sow the seeds for, can we bring people together across the state who have a huge footprint in the food system? And I say huge from the point of view of, it's not just farm and food businesses, it's the nutritionists, it's the economists, it's the big data, it's the fisheries, it's the food justice folks, it's the food security, et cetera. So we could understand the holistic nature of our food system, and that we weren't seeing any of that connectivity coming together organically, or that really existed, with the one exception of the type of work that you are doing, which is a lot of the Food Policy Council work that was happening at local and sometimes regional levels. In any case, we decided to, we put out feelers. Do people think this is a good idea? And we got a lot of positive responses. So we secured funding. We developed partnerships with key research institutions. So Cornell University, Hartwick College, SUNY Cobleskill. We had faculty from Columbia University, just a range of research experts, and said, we want to create a super inclusive process. How can we bring everyone together and use research methods that make this ultimate report kind of credible and research sound, but in a way that really invigorates dialogue that perhaps isn't happening. So my colleague Carly in just a minute will say a bit more about those methods and how we were inclusive. And we knew that no matter what we wanted to walk away with was not a set of strategies of these are the challenges we have with the status quo and how to react to them, but rather put that aside for a minute. What's the food system we want to see? Instead of reacting to what we don't want, like what is that North Star that really we want to see? And then create a roadmap to get there that's visionary and long-term, and we can put some real muscle behind and actually create a roadmap to reach. So those were some of the pillars that sort of had us get to where we are now. And again, I'll have Carly say a bit more about our methods, and then I'll dive into some of the content.
Great, thanks. I don't know if you want to flip slides forward. You can go many slides. We'll just go one more. There you go. Okay. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I think we want to get to the meat, but just to give you an idea of how we attempted to hear many voices simultaneously in this process. We had, as Phoebe said, multi-institutions, so we each brought our own areas of expertise and experience, but we really did 4 specific things. We did an extensive literature review. Chris Park at Cornell headed that up in the document. It's called New York by the Numbers. That's really an extended SWOT analysis of what's out there that's published about the status of New York farming, its strengths, weaknesses, challenges. And then from there, we did a deep dive into 3 particular industries, really as an example of what could be done across multiple industries. So we looked at apples. Apples have been mentioned today as an example of a mature agricultural industry in New York State. What are its specific challenges and opportunities? We looked at beef as an industry that's really sort of in transition, going from conventional to grass-fed, and what are the specific challenges there. And then we looked at dry beans as an example of a small industry that has potential for growth. So that was sort of a deep dive, but again, a lot of desk research. And then we did 2 strategies to hear from people. Specifically from farmers, we fielded, and this was driven again by the Cornell folks with input from the full group, a farmer survey. So we surveyed in the end about 322 farmers, generally representative of ag in New York State if you compare the statistics. And that survey asked them to prioritize issues within 6 general topic areas. So there was health, business development, market development, infrastructure, the economy, and I'm missing one more, and supply chain. Got really sort of good information about where farmers across, like big farmers, I mean, thinking of what you're talking about, big farmers, small farmers, dairy farmers, produce farmers, a lot of commonality in where they were placing priorities. And then what I would argue is really the gem of what we did is we ran 18 focus groups, and these were in COVID area, so they were all Zoom, but these were intentionally bringing together a handful of disparate individuals. And maybe if you can just go a couple slides ahead, I think this is worth one more. So we really tried to reach out to as many people as we could and get them to give us 90 minutes of their time to answer the same 3 questions. So this just sort of shows who was in the room, and we never had just climate experts or just farmers. It was always a mixed group. So we did that intentionally to confront some of the frictions and the challenges and the questions that we asked every single group was, what is your vision for a healthy, equitable, profitable, regenerative food system? What does that look like? And how is it different from what we have today? So that was question number one. Question number two was, how do we get there? Like, what are the areas that we can lean into and invest in to help bring us closer to that vision? And then number three, what are the obstacles that we can overcome through collaboration? And despite frictions, right? So we had sometimes dairy farmers and climate activists in the same room. And you can imagine that there was friction around land use. But more than friction, we got a real, and so you can see the sort of representation across the state in those groups, as well as by area. But we heard a lot of the same messages, and we heard the same messages in those groups as we heard from the farmers in the farmer survey. And we heard the same messages in those two instances as we heard when we talked to people in the deep dives into beef and dry beans and apples. And so what we came away with through this four-pronged approach was a number of ideas of where we might go to help start to shape a New York State vision, right? And I think there's pieces, and we heard it today in this room, and I'm going to turn it back over to Phoebe to talk about the message that we heard, or one of the big messages that we heard.
Thanks. And there's no question one of the number one themes that we heard in all of those focus groups was, thank goodness someone is finally doing this, or I've never had a conversation with, someone who's a nutritionist, or, or a farmer saying, we constantly clash with the climate justice groups, and the climate justice person saying right back to them, like, where can we find common ground? And we have this common pickle, and like, why can't we work it out? And what's the solution to that? I mean, it was just mind-blowing conversations and tensions that emerged, and like solutions for what the future can look like and really be. I will share with you in a minute sort of what emerged as that future vision that people want to see, and then the recommendations that came out of that. But I will say that our ultimate goal in really publishing our findings of what everyone shared was to help set agendas of our political leaders, to help inform state planning, to help strengthen the infrastructure that's a bit missing, that brings those linkages and those webs together and that connect us in our common goals, which despite political differences, right? Like the food system's got a lot of righties, it's got a lot of lefties, it's got a lot of people in the middle. So how can we find that common ground? In any case, what really emerged as the core consistent themes about what people want to see for a future food system in New York is that it's integrated and interdependent. People are really recognizing the way in which it all comes together, and there's not a sort of whole there. So appreciated that was a key theme. Also that it creates financial reward across the supply chain. This is above me. Enhances rather than compromises natural biocapacity. In other words, that we're supporting the climate with our practices, not hurting the planet. That it's inclusive, supports fair treatment, access, opportunity, advancement for all individuals. The cornerstone of equity, provides valued and culturally appropriate and accessible products that nurture healthy bodies and minds. So it's a healthy food system. And it's just like all of us in this room, it's supported by a network of stakeholders within and beyond food system boundaries. Next slide. So I won't go into the details. By the way, the publication is here. Absolutely, please take copies home, would love that. And you can read further, but basically we found that all of the great feedback we got from the focus groups and the surveys and the literature review were all coming down into what we called action areas, which is consumer values, how consumer values need to shift for us to realize this incredible food system. Consumer behavior and consumption patterns need to shift and what that looks like. how markets themselves need to shift to see through that vision. Ecological, in other words, sort of the climate impacts, how the supply and the value chains have to be transformed. And finally, how do we integrate equity and how equity can be fundamental and centered in our food system. I will say on this note, we of course wanted to be as inclusive as possible and reached out to many of the food sovereignty and the food justice and racial equity groups to kind of join into the conversation. And one of the things that became very clear is that, you know, of course, equity needs to be pillared throughout. Like, it's not a standalone, it has to be integral and woven throughout. But it also does need its own special attention, right? So it's sort of the both and. So given that some of our work was running parallel to the work of the diversity, racial equity working group that was working at the time with ag and markets, we wanted to make sure we were both cross-referencing and sort of embracing the recommendations that they were coming up with, and that would also be front and center in Vision 2050. So we got support and permission from the DRUG, that's the acronym group, to include and cross-reference their recommendations here to double echo those messages. So that was there. Let's go to the next slide. So ultimately, we came up with, again, the 6 action areas, and throughout this beast of a report that is so comprehensive and rich, there's ultimately 44 recommendations and 92 ideas of awesomeness throughout this report, and you can read. So I'm gonna, knowing that we have, of course, limited time, and sorry, Matt, I'm gonna speed through the next segment, but did want to spotlight one of the core sets of recommendations that emerged that are very specific to all of you in this room. So there we go. So throughout all the 6 action areas, what was clear was the need to see structures and systems and leadership that can anchor this for the future, right? We can envision all we want, but if those systems, structures, and leaders aren't there to carry it forward, we're also in a pickle. So one of the key themes that kept emerging throughout all of the feedback we got was the importance of having this sort of integrated, interdependent structure that facilitates a network of stakeholders. And so that was, and if you can go to the next slide. We had 3 key recommendations. Again, I don't have time to go into the details, but did want to just highlight the 3 recommendations that really emerged as sort of unifying themes in this area, which is that there's a collective consensus that we want to see regional food independence, that we feed ourselves, and that supply chains are not limited to the regional economic development councils. Markets are not limited to county jurisdictions and even state geographic boundaries. Like, our food system is fluid. So how can we be in connection with each other at the state level, at the sub-regional levels, the county levels, and even with our Northeast and New England neighbors? So there was a sense we need to be interconnected with each other. Next slide. Recommendation number 2 was developing stakeholder-informed strategic plan. As I opened with, there's no strategic plan for food systems development in New York State or agricultural development. And how can we use the findings of this report and even the work that you're doing to set agendas of our political leaders to say, now's the time. We're giving you a gift of what people want to see. Now run with it and help to really guide us further as our state leaders and set concrete targets for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years that set state policy, that it sets resource benchmarks for what needs investment in the food system, programs and services, et cetera. The final note, and I think this is the one that just makes my heart really swell in being here today, is the key recommendation around sustaining dialogue. So many people in our focus group said, oh my gosh, I loved having this conversation that brought us all together from different parts of the state, from different sectors. can't we do this more often? Can't we like do this every year? And so there was a conversation around like, wouldn't it be so dreamy dream to make all this happen if there could be annual convenings every year that's hosted by a trusted entity or a coalition, just like in this space. Like this is the very first statewide policy council meeting ever in New York. Wow, historic moment. And could this be, I don't know, hopefully I'm going to plant some seeds here that this becomes the space. Oh, did I get it wrong? That it did happen before? Oh, great. Would love to hear more about it. Yeah. And you know, it speaks to the sort of siloing. I mean, you know, I actually had a conversation this morning with Miss Stella. I think she's gone this morning, but you know, she was like, oh, I would have loved to have had my voice in that. And it's just a testimony to how we're not connected and we don't know about each other and ways in which we just need to be sharing more information. Yes, thanks to you, Susan, and so many, well, many people. There's no one person for sure. So anyway, I'll stop there. I know that we want to pivot over to Matt, who's going to talk a bit about his food system work at the sub-regional level for Central New York, and then of course have you know, a thoughtful conversation with the group.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we're getting set up here. I'll just, yeah, there we go. Introduce myself. Yeah, Matt Pottegier. I teach landscape architecture up here at SUNY ESF, College of Environmental Science and Forestry. I don't know how many other landscape architects are here. I don't think so. Yeah. So that's one of the first things that challenge my work in food systems. Hasn't been part of discourse in landscape architecture, but I imagine a lot of you come from such a variety of different disciplines, and that's what's so great about food, right? And that's why there's the need for this kind of networking and exchange. And that's also, I'm sorry, and that's also the power of food as well, because it brings people together. FoodPlanCNY was a project that I worked on. It was about a 3-year process, and along with my, I don't see it. Yeah. It's not showing up at the bottom of the screen, but my co-author and co-conspirator was Evan Weissman, who some of you has been referenced before, a key person in creation of SOFSA, and worked in the food studies program at SU. But unfortunately, right when we were finishing this project, he died unexpectedly, suddenly, and yeah, so this is really much of his work as well. This project was, you can do the next slide. This project was funded, oh, go back one, was funded by the Ag Council for Onondaga County, which was an initiative of the county supervisor, at which was to inject some funding to promote, really, you can see that by the title, agriculture, but there was also some food system concepts and objectives. That was one of the first things that we had to work with, is getting beyond agriculture and the concept of a food system. So what I'm going to do is present not so much the content of this study, which was really the first regional food system study for Central New York. But I'm really going to present more of a series of questions that we worked through. And I think they might be questions that might be relevant for other folks as you're doing food system planning, food system studies, assessments, et cetera. So yeah, this first question, you know, what is a food system? Sorry, that word got cut off there. It was on my original slide, it was fine. But yeah, what is a food system? Pretty basic, right? But we know that that's the first almost barrier to work with. And this is a diagram that we did of, you know, what was out there when we started. All different people working in different sectors of the food system. You could say siloed or in different pockets, all doing really good work, okay? But not really thinking of their work in necessarily as part of a food system. That was one of the key things we had to work with. And we wanted to acknowledge that all through the whole process, that what we're doing isn't, you know, isn't to replace or better. We were to acknowledge the embedded knowledge that everybody had on the ground working within the food system for, in many cases, decades. Yeah, next slide. So yeah, and then present, okay, the concept of the food system, and work through that. And this was one of the part of the whole process within this agricultural council. It was a really learning process. It took really, I'd say, years. Next slide. Another question we asked, what is a regional food system? Okay. And how do you define that? Okay. One of the things we did was, well, we were working with this idea of a food shed. Taking the metaphor of a watershed, that it's much more clearly defined than a food shed. It's defined, by topography and the way water flows. So we started with that. We situated Syracuse-Onondaga County within this watershed, the Lake Ontario watershed. And then we also looked at soil conditions and topography, as well as driving distances. And if this is a regional food shed, we mapped where the vendors were, the farmers were at the Central New York Regional Farmers Market. You see some of them come from some fairly far away. So this idea of a regional food shed, okay, or regional food system was one concept. However, our funding was through Onondaga County Agricultural Council. So, but even then we pushed back on that. At least we have to look at the surrounding counties around Onondaga County as part of the data collection, as part of the whole process. So just defining, the space of the food system was a bit of a challenge. Let's see. Yeah, next slide. And so looking at this, what is a regional food system? We then collected data, for not just for Onondaga County, but for the surrounding counties. That was another one of the challenges. If anybody's tried to get data on food systems, even the ag census, great source, amazing, detail, but the categories have changed over the decades. So trying to, and there's some new categories, but then also how to interpret it. But that's just one source. Try to get data on food processing industry. Try to get data on food distribution. So there were definitely data challenges. I never did a food system study before. So again, this is all new for me. And there are a few models out there that I could work with, but they're only, 5-6 years old. And they're also trying to invent the model. So, okay, next slide. And with this data, and the whole idea of a food system, it's something that's hard for people to grasp. It's invisible, right? It's the wonderful thing about food is it's really dynamic. It's never a single thing, but a set of relationships of a seed in soil and moisture and sunlight, and set of relationship with labor, et cetera. So it's always these dynamic set of relationships that are changing. This is one thing that we brought to the process. Evan was a geographer. I'm a landscape architect. We try to visualize the system, and with primarily graphic means. So these are some examples of trying to basically visualizing ag census data and the changes in amount of farmland, number of farmers, et cetera, over time. Okay, next image. This is another example of visualization. Using the example of Central New York Regional Farmers Market. At one point in time in the 1960s, maybe early 70s, 80% of the food that came into Onondaga County came through this public space, okay? And now the second diagram over here shows how that has been sort of pushed to the side. Now there's the private retail food chain. We can talk about that, we can add figures, but we tried to visualize that so people could see it. Next slide. Another key question where we asked is, whose food system is this? Yeah, that, and we find, and I'm sure many of you know this, it's not just one food system. There's multiple food systems, depending on who, what you're eating from many different types of food systems. Syracuse, this is an important question with challenges of concentrated poverty. And so what's the food system there? We asked this question, and this really was part of our process. We did over 50 stakeholder interviews with people. And we interviewed them at their farms, at their places, at the markets. And what's important, for instance, with concentrated poverty, the interviews with people in these neighborhoods that are quote labeled, food areas with limited food access, they have over the years the full service grocery stores have left downtown Syracuse back in the 1970s. So that's a full generation, 40 years of people living in these areas. There's a really rich source of knowledge of how they found food and good food. Okay. And so just mapping the quote food deserts, you have to go beyond that. And so the interviews are a key part of that. Another food system is the New American Refugee Food System. That's developing really rich kind of new food cultures and food systems. Yeah. Yeah, those limited access, low income, low access food areas in Syracuse. Next slide. And through the interviews, we identified key issues. We, I think, like your study, tried a real diversity of stakeholders, from the largest dairy farmer to the niche dairy farmer selling direct at market. And so you get, a lot of what seemingly conflicting experiences and ideas, but going back to the framing of a food system, that was a way to look at, they're all dealing with actually the challenges of working within the dominant conventional industrialized food system. That the large dairy farmer, he knows the problems better than anybody. He would like it to be different. Okay, and so that's the commonality that we start to find and start to stress in the process, and the issues of labor, et cetera. So whose food system? We had a lot of engagement, stakeholder interviews, but also sessions, community visioning sessions. And this is an example, and this is our process over here. You can see the kinds of input that we had along the way. Next image. And why is this food system important? It seems like a simple question, but you have to keep, we had to convince people, first of all, to get funding to do this, and constantly convince people about, why we're doing this. And so, what's the value? So throughout the project, in the introduction to each section of the food plan, we have metrics, okay? And those metrics are economic, because that's a language that we needed to speak to with planners and other folks. So every section, next slide, begins with some metrics, very bold numbers. This one is interesting with food distribution. So if you look at the bottom, sales by distributors and wholesalers in Onondaga counties, almost $5 billion. The thing is that those are the corporations that have their distribution warehouses located here, but those $5 billion don't stay here. So that was really pretty revealing for people here in Central New York. And another important argument for why it's important are stories. So not just numbers, but stories. So throughout the report, we have excerpts from the interviews and stories from the different producers, people in markets, et cetera. Next image. And this was an assets-based approach. So it wasn't just about problems, but it's about what we already have, what's already, strengths or things to build on, of experience. A lot of image, a really important image here that we kept repeating, Central New York. Everybody complains about the snow, the weather, et cetera. It's actually one of the most intensively rich, diverse agricultural regions in the Northeast. So yeah, keep repeating that to people and show them that. Next image. And interrelationships, the value of the food system and its interrelationships. It's not just food, and this is an argument we had to make to the actually county planners and the city planners, because there's no department for food system planning, but there are people, there's a transportation department, there's housing department, there's a water department. So making all those connections to what they're already invested in, that food system impacts and relates to all those existing systems. Next image. And the background of that last slide was the Wegmans parking lot here. And so looking at we tried to demonstrate these interconnections, the lack of policy and what it's meant, like Wegmans going out to the suburban location and the large parking lot impacting stormwater runoff. And we superimposed the parking lot of Wegmans over top of one of the neighborhoods in Syracuse where there used to be a full service grocery store, and there isn't anymore. Now they have to drive out to Wegmans. So again, just a graphic visualizations of this. Next image, visualizing impacts of changes in farming, what it means to land use development. Next image. And this was the contents of the report. This was the content page. As you see how it was organized. We had a section, we were finishing the project during COVID, and we studied, we did interviews and some studies of how the food system responded to COVID. And we found that one of the findings was the local system was much more resilient than the larger national conventional system. Next slide. And we did a set of 5 main key recommendations. Each one of those had a set of strategies and then actions. And you'll see, let's see, the last recommendation, coordinate food system projects, planning and policies, support the newly formed Onondaga Food System Alliance. That was one of our recommendations, but as we were finishing the report, Evan and others and Emilija, and we started meeting, and the formation of SOFSA developed right at the end of this report. So it was a nice bridge and dovetail to what has happened afterwards. Okay, so thanks.
All right, well, now you've had a chance to hear some very important examples of doing deep dive, not only the research, but also coming up with some of the things, solutions and next steps for work here in New York. And I'd offered to do just a few things to provide those examples. And Matt, you talked about like that local and regional and how important it is to create the relationships and to have a plan and to do the research and the homework. And the idea that interrelationships and that idea of integration and interdependence and how important that is. Yet we also talked a little bit about the building the trust around who's in the food system, who's accessing, who's not accessing, who's at the table, who has the opportunity to be at the table, who does not have the opportunity to be at the table, right? And so doing these kinds of processes are an important way for us, you all, and I'm hearing it in today's like this amazing example of building relationships. You're already doing it at the local level. You're doing it at the state level. You've got a lot of drive around some state legislative initiatives that have got a lot of power and you know, people behind it and organizing, and how important the very local level and understanding what those food access, what the disconnects are, and then also what those opportunities are. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, and said I'd offer a little bit. Now I know I'm way far away in a state called New Mexico, yet at the same time, I will say everything that's been shared here today with, I mean, the conversations I've had an opportunity to have, and also with some of the groups that like, you know, Teresa and Daniel and folks that we've had a chance to work with over the last year, and learning about what you're doing are all things that we've been also focused on far away, but this feels very near. And the importance is we are all in a changing food system across this country. And this is our opportunity to go local, regional, think about what it means to build out at that local and regional level. And to the point of, it's been brought up a few times today, the strength in building the local economic sectors and how that can be really important to our policymakers at the local, state, tribal, and even federal levels. So the economy, we're driving an economy with the local food system. And then the other part of that is the health of our communities, how this links very directly. And it becomes now the time we get to desilo and strengthen the relationships between health, nutrition, where our food comes from, who provides that food, who's out there working for us to make the system work in all these different sectors that Matt's slides at a very local level said, hey, wait, we're part of a regional food system. We need each other somehow. And so then it's also talking about what's extractive and then also what we can actually build out at home. Not going to take away from somebody else. We don't have to compete. We can actually build it out here. So just my own example, and then hand it right back to what's next. You know, how can we really build this together, and how are you already doing that? We did something really similar in New Mexico. We had been building the system for a long time, yet group by group, our statewide food policy council, we were step by step working on things like farm to institutions, schools, getting funding, getting the legislators to understand what it means to make these shifts to get local produce into schools, get some money behind that. And then into senior centers and early daycare centers. How do we get the state to leverage federal funding for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, double up food bucks at farmers markets and roadside stands? So our state legislators, we were the first state to actually get our legislators to put in money to leverage federal funding. So, and that's millions of dollars now. So, you know, it's not only step by step, but then again, those were organizations we were working with that, in a sense, when we went to the legislature, and it can happen at your city and county, you know, commissions as well, right? Which is, the final thing would be, well, which is your priority? What's your number one ask? So we're like, well, we're in this together. So a couple of years ago, and it happened right as we were moving into the pandemic, and we had asked half a dozen of our state agencies to work together around food system, across the food system, and not be siloed as agencies. And they've been working with us, but this is like codify the relationships around the food system. Then we did have the pandemic happen, and one of my staff members went to the office of the governor. She moved to the office of the governor to lead what was called then Hunger, Food, and Farm Systems Initiative, which was to de-silo all the different things that were happening. And I say de-silo, many of us were working closely together, but when it came down to, you know, it was more like, I would say, almost a scarcity mentality when it was about funding, you know, and finding that investment. And so we said, it's sort of like forming the pack, right? You know, we're going to work together, and we are going to make sure that we express how we work collectively together. And it isn't about one thing. It is about how we can't lose sight of any one thing, because every piece is a part of the whole. And we went to the legislature, and then we in 6 months, created a strategic plan, a 5 to 7 year strategic plan around the full food system. We honed in on things. We knew it wasn't the full system. We honed in on some of the things that you all expressed, which was, how do we sustain this for the long haul? How do we make sure it's a collective? How do we make sure it's equitable and accessible to all? And that's across the whole value chain, from those who do not have access to food to those who are part of that system, the farmers themselves. What are the things that they need? Training, technical assistance, a lift in various areas. And then how do we bolster some of those federal programs that are really significant? So with that, we went from years of poking, I want to say, I shouldn't use that word, but small steps, but big gains, because we were building trust across the foods, across our state, with organizations, the agencies, our policymakers, communities. people who did not have access to this, our tribal communities as well. And then building that trust to a point where people came to the table to say, yeah, we're in this together, even if we don't always agree on everything. And then focusing on the sustainability of the long haul, access and equity, and that it's a value chain, not a supply chain, that we want to raise the level of farmers need to get the right wage. Workers need to be, you get the right wage and be treated well and right, and hold all these values at a level. Schools shouldn't be in a position of scarcity mentality because they have a limited amount of money to spend on food. They should have the right amount of money to be able to pay for that food at a level that is going to meet the farmers where their needs are as well. So, and we're holding tight to that. And our first round of funding last year was $24 million across all the programs. And our legislators are like, this isn't going to work because we don't believe that the agencies will actually work together. And we were able to talk them into it. And our budget session is a 30-day session. And then we have a 2-month session, which anyway, that was our budget session. Halfway through that session, day before the House of Representatives was supposed to make their decision, we had zero money on that $24 million. And it was those very important conversations that food policy councils hold, really, all of you, and whether you call it a food policy council, but a collective of people who care deeply and have come to a commitment together, where we were able to say, this is so important. Here's the diagram. Here's how the agencies are working together. It's the commitment they've made to all of us. We will hold the agencies accountable, and we will hold each other accountable to building it out. We had $8 million by the next day, and we still had 12 million to go. But within 2 weeks, we did. We met that $24 million mark that was then circulated out into our community, 100% stayed in New Mexico, and it leveraged not only that much, but more funding at the federal level back into these programs. This year, it's 58 million, and a portion of that is the Healthy Universal Skill Mill program. So deep dive, I mean, not short in the long haul. And I did hear others here today are working in these various, landscapes. So the next steps are, how do you all see this moving forward? We know these are not going to be left on shelves to get dusty. This work isn't dusting. In fact, it's ready. And it's work that others are doing in other spaces, as mentioned in the back of the room a little bit ago. So how do you do this together, right? So I'm going to pass it back.
Thanks. Well, I'm going to just quote my colleague Carly in our drive up, where she very wisely said there's a way in which we would love to see and also engage in conversation with all of you around a layer of structural networking that supports our collaborative efforts and magnifies the impact we all want to have. I think there's undoubtedly all of us in this room want to have impact in our local communities based on what's important to your communities and what's a priority in your communities. But there's also a way in which there are a lot of common threads that are common among all of us. So how can we both work grassroots up and then also support the structural down? And I think that is the beautiful middle that we would love to see more work around, and of course would love to stay in conversation. And maybe. would absolutely love that. And I will say that, and again, there were 44 recommendations and 92 ideas. This is chock full of like the holistic picture of what a dreamy dream food system would be. And in that sense, I would say that, it's hard to like take on the whole thing, right? Like sometimes not sometimes, but a lot of the times you're just needing to focus on let's have impact in this one area. But I would say one of the things that we got the most is like, who is not in, when we asked this question, sort of who's not in the room, who else should we speak with? That was like a constant follow-up question. And there were always oodles of more people to be added to the list. And I take responsibility. This is in the acknowledgement section of the publication. It wasn't perfect methodology. It didn't include everyone in the room. We did our very best to get the word out and pull everyone in and to always ask questions. Who else should be in this conversation? And lots more to do there. But I think that the fact that there are consistent themes that you're already doing and working on actually is a wonderful thing. It's, we're not duplicating each other. It means that this is starting to saturate the public narrative around what we all want to see for our food system future. And that is the springboard upon which we say, okay, hey, leaders of all sorts, this is how we can rally around that and move forward collectively. One working group on the council. The diversity racial equity working group. Yeah. Sure. Well, a few things. Number one, included some legislative leaders. So Donna Lupardo, our champion of ag, who's the chair of the ag committee. She was one of our initial people to invite in and kind of share. I have to say Commissioner Richard Ball, he lives in my neighborhood. We both live in Schoharie County. We know each other very well. I mean, he knows Cade, we know him. Go to his shop at his farm, the Care Barn. So definitely approached him and in fact had a conversation with him and Kevin King, at the time, who was his deputy commissioner. Now he's changed roles. And also Pat, and I'm forgetting his name. He was Cuomo's right-hand man, Pat. Yes, thank you. Right. So had conversations with that level of leadership. And I think, I want to be so respectful because they carry heavy weights and heavy responsibility, and they're hearing voices from many sides. So I so honor that, and all of them are champions in their own way for doing what they're doing, which is extraordinary. But I got the sense, may I say, that there was a sense of like, well, what's the value in doing a strategic plan? Like, is that really needed? It wasn't as though I had that direct quote. It was more like, that's kind of the message I was getting. Is this actually valuable? Is this a good use of time? So honestly, before this became what it was, I went straight to the top and had conversations in the commissioner's office. And I don't mean to pick on him. It's, he represents the system. But the first conversation was like, wouldn't it be great to bring together everyone in New York State to envision, the direction of where the food system needs to go and where agriculture needs to go? And there was a sense, well, we have our programs, and I mean, this is also his team represents the executive branch, right? And there's a way in which the legislative branch has really the policy directive to be able to say, do this. We're allocating resources, and then the executive branch implements. So I got the sense also there's some hand tying, but I don't know. You know the internal system better than me.
it's the implement versus you resource of policy. Does the policy and the money. Yeah, so important. So that's why as a strategy, we were like, let's, you know what, since what we're hearing from the executive branch is basically, is that valuable? Is that a good use of time and energy? The pivot was, well, all of us are what I call civil society, right? Like there's the governmental sector, the private sector, and then there's the civic sector. Like that's kind of us. And it's our responsibility to bring forward, you know, what needs to change in the system so that our leaders can act on that. And so it became clear to me that like the maneuver that needs to happen if we're hitting a bit of a brick wall is to go to the legislature and go to the people and the networks and build grassroots momentum towards we need systems change and we need you to be partners. And I will say, I mean, Richard Ball, the legislature, we have serious champions right now supporting good food purchasing policy. I mean, even the farm to school law, we, you know, the CLCPA, we have awesome stuff cooking up in New York that is not happening in the rest of the country. So honor, there's great stuff, but there's more to go. Yeah, yeah. No, there's no question. Yeah, yeah. No, there's no question the lobbyists have a very strong influence and yeah. 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 But this speaks to the value of having the state, not just the listening ear of the lobbyists. And hey, I'm not going to poo-poo the lobbyists like AFT or the Farm Bureau. Like there, you know, there's wonderful lobbies that are going on that are having tremendous impact. But there's also a way in which you're right. It's, you know, maybe there's who's not at the table, who's not lobbying because they don't have the resources and the staff and the manpower to do that. So I think this is where, again, I return to actually this is the last session, we were talking about resourcing food policy councils and everyone's sort of saying, oh, it's so hard to get money as a food policy council. Well, maybe we're not valuing that enough and we need to value more the partnerships and the coalition building and this to actually sidestep some of those problems where lobbying is not giving us the full picture. So that, I don't know, I stand by that, like, you know, as one of the key recommendations, how can we invite the state and the legislature to invest more in food policy councils? Now, Susan, you made an awesome point at an earlier session, which is sometimes you don't want state money or federal money because it ties your hands, it takes away your independence, you're drowning in red tape. That's 100% true. And I think that's where it becomes a question of how can we mobilize the philanthropic community who does have funds and power and say, how about you take a role to invest in this space where there is such a tremendous gap? And making sure it's inclusive. I mean, you know, really, you know, we, of course, tried our best to have everyone at the table and, you know, trying to bring in disparate groups who don't normally have voices. But, you know, hearing Miss Della this morning being like, how come I never heard about that? Because I would have loved to have a seat at the table. I just, you know, breaks my heart. And I feel like this is why we need, you know, like even divisions or departments of people whose sole purpose is bring people together, coordinate efforts,
listen and report that up so it's not so selective as that sort of lobbying. I'm sorry, I'm on my soapbox. Maybe others want to share.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, it's all these, we're talking about the power relationships and how do you work with them. Maybe if I can flip it back, maybe from the discipline that I come from, a little different approaches. Landscape architecture, we do projects. We also do planning and maybe a little bit policy, but since I got finished with the FoodPlanCNY, a lot, it was been great that SOFSA has taken this into the policy realm, really has been able to leverage a lot of things through that. I've been focusing on projects since we finished that planning project. So I'm working with the New American Refugee Farm. I'm working with an edible food corridor through Syracuse, and that's another way to affect change by making tangible, physical, observable demonstrations of change, and then from that you can develop policy. Because this is what you need to do to change policy in order for this kind of thing to happen. Usually you have to break rules to do these projects. The food for the 7 mile, 9 mile long food forest that we're doing here in Syracuse, it's illegal technically illegal forage in Syracuse, but it's not enforced. But we're doing this as a way then to demonstrate and build relationships with the city, et cetera, and the city arborists and others to make a policy change with that. And we have this, and we community events, and we build a whole set of stories and experiences around this that it becomes naturalized. Okay, this is what you do. So as a policy doesn't make any sense anymore. So it's kind of like what people have been doing in the food system, trying to forever, yeah, right? Trying to, hacking the food system to meet their needs, and to recognize that and to use that intentionally and support that. That's another source of power. In design, is called tactical urbanism. You make you can make change, zero investment, zero money. You do it immediately, phase zero, they call it, and then it becomes a tangible demonstration that then you can build on and get and leverage, future funding. We have an example here. If you all get a chance, there's a postcard on the table for Salt City Market. That started out, Adam Sudman started the pop-up food events with New American Refugee Cooks. They would have 300 people a night with like 6 different cooks, and now there's this market, which is one of the most diverse spaces in Syracuse, providing economic opportunity and training for diverse groups. And it's also now stimulating change in the urban fabric in that part of Syracuse where there's been a lot of disinvestment. That started from food pop-ups. So I think that's another approach to doing this.
I just have one thing to add, which I think sort of connects what you're saying and responds to your question of, can you just take this? There's so much that we heard when we did this project, amazing work happening across the state and amazing project-based work. Just blow your mind, innovative, creative, iconoclastic, illegal maybe stuff happening. And I would want you when you do this process to advocate for part of the role of the state is to continue to build connections and codify this network, because it is, the power is project-based, bottom-up, grassroots. And if we could leverage those efforts that are already happening and build the synergies, whoa, like it just would blow my mind. So I think please do take this. I'm so happy that you're saying this. And I was telling Phoebe on the way up, I Googled and found your meeting that's happening next week. And I was like, oh my God, this thing exists. So I'm so happy that we're connected. Yes, and I will stop here, but I agree that to me, networks, like let's keep the network going at the project level.
More recommendations in there. So it's like, why can't we bring this to the council? Say, what are the commonalities for everybody here? Sorry, I forgot for people on Zoom. And then take it forward from there. Yeah.
Big project where that students have done some really amazing food system work, you know, and how to integrate all this together. Sounds like a plan moving forward. So Karen, so listen.
I had a question for Matt. So kind of two things. As you were kind of mapping out the food deserts and it's like walkable distance or where your grocery stores were, did you parallel them to some of the systems and data sets that already exist, and like were the ones that exist accurate, or were they missing information because you were actually in the community gathering information versus like census data? Like how did that kind of parallel? And then is your model replicable? Like, can you take this to other counties so that we can continue to build out these types of systems? Because the visuals and like the consumable information is really valuable.
Yeah, we synthesized a number of different data sets. So what the public health department did, which was different from the US, what the USDA does. And I wish we could have taken it to another level of sophistication, like adding in topography. You don't want to walk up a hill, even if it's within a half-mile radius. And we did reduce the radius because winter in Syracuse, it really constricts the access areas. So yeah, so we did that, and then really qualified it. Okay, that within the No, go ahead. That's good.
Okay. So I know Matt. I've been a part of the Urban Food Forest Project. Was able to see it briefly grow and to see where it is now. It's nice to check in, which was actually part of the start of my project when I was in graduate school, really looking at our food system and kind of going back to traditional methods of agriculture, of gardening, just to get people involved in our food system at a very micro level. And so when I moved downtown, I live like a block away, love it. But in the middle of the pandemic, May 2020, I moved downtown and instantly realized that there was no food. There was no eateries that were open or very limited. There was no Salt City Market, and there was no grocery stores nearby. And I don't have a car. So I was experiencing, again, firsthand, coming from a reservation without food, coming to a dense urban environment without food, and looking into land use. Even itself, if you look at Syracuse, there's a study by a Genius New York startup about 5 years ago that analyzed the land use and surface area of downtown and basically found that 60 to 70% of downtown Syracuse is parking. And less than 5% is actually green space. And so for a person who was looking to feed themselves, I decided to start a rooftop garden on my building, coercing my management to do it as a community project, to grow food, but also to learn about the food system and learn about our food from seed to seed. That has turned into a great 3-year project, but at the same time, looking at the policy side, because I'm not really connected to it, I'm learning so much here, it's illegal. So it's gotten to the point where, as an individual trying to feed myself in an urban environment, I am breaking the law. And that's the problem that most on the large scale isn't really looked at. And I think looking into the rezone project that's going on and really looking at how we can use land differently, I think we have to fundamentally break down that transaction between it, because we're still looking at land as real estate rather than a community investment. So, but yeah, I just wanted to say that it's really cool to see these projects. And I think teaming up and creating these connections like SOFSA does with local projects, from what we're doing on a small scale all the way up to these regional and national initiatives. I think there's something that can be built really uniquely around here. So that's my little comment.
I'd say that was really close to being closing it, but I know Phoebe's got one last thing. That was fabulous because you just shared what a community can do to change a policy within a city. So city council to look at urban agriculture as an important part of the not only landscape, but food security. So thank you for an incredible example. Right. Yeah. Yet it's part of it. So again, it's about the collective effort. And again, I want to say thank you so much to everybody. Passing off to Phoebe. You all have I hear plans. We got some real base groundwork done. Some great ideas, some good ways of approaching things. You have each other, and I'll pass it to Phoebe.
Thanks. And I can't help by myself, but to just mention in Vision 2050 focus groups, one of the key themes that emerged is how one of the fundamental problems of our food system is it's based on a capitalist model of just making money, and it's all about for-profits, as opposed to what about we just simply grow food for our own communities that's not about a commercial capitalist culture. So I know that's like far out there for some people. So I'm sorry if it's hurting your ears to hear something like that, but it definitely emerged as what if we also build models for like public parks and things to be a space where people can grow food, or change policies that allow roof gardens and other things to give people access to food growing that's not about a commercial system. So just keep up the great work that you're doing. The last little thing I wanted to do before we close is just to put out a kind of pitch, which is that knowing I think all of us want to continue and are doing this work every day. And it sounds like there's just so much momentum coming out of here, to kind of, would folks be interested in maybe coming together and doing a joint USDA regional food system partnership grant that involves all of us in some way? I seem to recall the amount you could apply for is like 5 million. Like, what if every single one of us comes together and becomes a partner to that? I don't know who would be the lead applicant. It doesn't matter, but like putting resources into the important efforts that we're all doing to support driving this food system transformation that we all want to see. So I'm planting a seed. If you're interested in that, I'm definitely going to follow up with Maura to like keep information out there and maybe consider an application for the spring, but wanted to plant a seed with folks, and hopefully through Maura and others, we can kind of keep some dialogue going about possibilities. Brilliant. Fabulous, fabulous. Beautiful. I'll love to collect business cards. Yeah.
Those weren't my words. That was just takeover. That's perception.
Well, I think we need to close. We're 10 minutes over. You're all awesome. Get home safe. Looking forward to staying in touch. And thank you so much, Maura, and everyone who organized this awesome event today. Thank you.